And so with that, I'm going to first of all share a document. So I'm going to suggest that, I don't know what your capacity, what kind of capacity you have, but it's really good if you have two instruments. So I would open up the CHSP application so that if you can, it would be good for you to look at the application. Definitely look at your assessment guides while we're going through this analysis so you can make sure you recall everything that you saw as important last week. And we will get started. I'm going to go into my portal, so give me a second. Got to log in. I have two devices. So I do my application on my Kindle, and then I do the my comments when I'm working with you on my laptop. So give me a moment for a second. I want to be able to look at the document with you all. So everybody pull up the applications or pull out if you got hard copies. So you'll have that available to reference. Okay. This is team 9. This is my 4th day doing this. So I'm trying to get my Cheerios up. It's 4 days in a row of deliberations. That's a lot. So I'm going to share the comment form that you normally see me do live when we're meeting together. So we will start, we will start the first program. We're going to basically go in the same order of the site visit. So the first program is FSU Pre-Collegiate Division. And I've broken up the comments into basically 4 major categories, as you can see. The first one is the overall agency's capacity to administer the program. The second one, we look at the specific program data, the program design in reference to, did the agency clearly document the need for the program? Did they clearly define the program's target population? Did they provide a meaningful program description? Meaning, do you clearly understand what happens in the life of a person that is involved or enrolled in that program? And then we're going to look at the outcome data collection table, particularly for programs we've funded previously for the last 2 years. What are their outcomes? How are they demonstrating that they actually help their participants? The third category is the ability of the agency to implement its program effectively under the current conditions that we're living in reference to the COVID-19. And then the last one here is justification for CHSP funding. And a lot of things, you probably saw a lot of moving parts. I know that right now, even with the, as you probably saw in the news, that right now, there is some discussion about whether or not Leon County will allow programs on campus anymore. So that's another, for the first semester, maybe even the second semester. So everything is everything is still moving and evolving as we live from day to day. So, all right. So the first one, and I'm ready for comments. So, any overall comments about FSU? Let's see if I can pull my notes.
So, I mean, I guess I thought that FSU had a pretty strong program, but like you said, I was curious as whether or not they're even going to be able to function next year because of the COVID campus closings and things like that.
Mm-hmm. So and I guess to some degree, we almost, your youth education, so every single program on this team is affected with the same dynamics. So we got to keep that in mind. So we've got to, I know that the team leader said it really well yesterday to the team because everybody was like, because that was a youth character building and mentorship program yesterday's team. And they were like, God, it's kind of hard to make these decisions when we don't know. Um, but one way to look at it is that this is for the next 2 years of funding. And so so we have to kind of project out that things will be different, um, that things may be different. And we also have to look at the goals of various programs too. So in education, for example, particularly core education kinds of programs, they're not going to go away because the kids are always going to have to go through educational systems, whether it's virtual or it's at whatever methodology we end up using. Probably this is going to probably be a variety of methodologies that is used. So keep that in mind as well.
One of the main things that struck me is that they were very agile, like they were very proactive early on and taking measures. And I thought that was great, particularly with connecting their students with tutors right away. I thought that was a very strong point in terms of their program.
I agree. They pivoted really quickly and really well, given the challenges of COVID.
And I think, did they say, oh yeah, because they also made sure all the kids had laptops, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have that in my notes. Yes.
And the fact that they started early on, I think will ensure that they keep the connection with their kids, because that's kind of a concern with all the programs, the ability to continue engagement in this ongoing environment. So I thought that was agility is what I was really thinking about with all the programs.
Okay.
They've got 30 students this summer, which is great. And then they're doing like online virtual college tours, and they had bought Rosetta Stone for kids to do a foreign language lab. I mean, it seems like they're really engaging the kids over the summer, despite all of the difficulties of doing that with the pandemic.
I will say this, and I think this will come up with a couple of others. When we talk about collaboration, a lot of these organizations do have established relationships, but I also think there's some hesitancy in the level of collaboration because things are so crazy right now. I need to protect, what we have kind of situation. And even though I didn't necessarily get that vibe from them, I think that all the programs will have this kind of underlying vibe, because their responses, those that were connected, I thought it was interesting how, when you ask about collaboration with one group and then the take is completely different. And that was something that I specifically remembered with this program and another that we will discuss probably shortly thereafter. But I mean, I can understand self-preservation. So, yeah.
Hey, I want to also make a comment about I guess after years of talking about an advisory board, they are finally creating one this fall. Well, it seems like they had one long ago, but so we should definitely make a comment about that. It's the fact that they are working towards that.
Yeah, some
Yes.
progress. Yeah, agree. I did think it was interesting. I know at the time that the applications were made, we couldn't have predicted this pandemic, but they had, we're not talking about dollars yet, but they had requested an increase, and that was related to transportation, which is, not really a primary issue for this current year, but I guess possibly in the future, just a thought that, those that cited transportation throughout.
They did say they were anticipating an increase in housing costs in the future. So I don't know if they were trying to say that would be a reason. I think they were trying to say that would be a reason for that increase.
No, they specifically cited transportation costs associated with the visitors to and from the school sites. And
Gotcha.
so,
Okay. Yeah, currently, yeah, that would.
but the year after. Which is why engagement is important, because we're trying to carry our participants year to year.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I was on mute. So any other comments that you want to add that you think about the COVID-19 virus that you feel is notable that you would like for me to include?
Should those be, so we put that, we all started talking about COVID and then that went under program design. Should we put that under COVID instead? Or I guess we didn't even talk about program design or outcomes.
Well, what it is, COVID impacts the program design. It went that way because I was saying they were agile in the way that they, adjusted their program design. So that's kind of where I was going when I made that comment. Just kind of went on a rabbit hole from there.
Yeah, we all.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, we had to answer that question anyway. So whether we did it first or second, no big deal. So let's go into you made a couple comments, I think. Yeah, one comment about the one thing I do want someone who has accessibility to the last year's award letters.
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, can you let us know about any comments on there, Rosemary, that we feel that that the CRT they.
You're on mute. You're on mute, Pat.
Want it again, Rosemary. I'm just gonna stay unmuted.
Okay.
Rosemary, can you let us know what are the comments in that award letter that might, if they're not applicable to this year, like a site visit comment? We didn't make site visits, but let us know what comments might be applicable for this year.
Okay. We've addressed the advisory board, so that's good. I think it did say in the next grant cycle, explain the difference between TCC and FSU. I know Shantina's touched on that, and I'm in agreement I'm not super clear on some of that. So I would say that's still, to me, really important is those and then it says continue efforts to add more community representatives, including stakeholders from the targeted schools, parents, and past or current students to the advisory board. So it looks like they're working on that. And then explore ways to engage homeless students in the program. I believe they said they weren't aware of any that were homeless. I mean, I know you don't always know when a student is homeless when you're serving them, but I think that's still a good comment. I don't know that it necessarily needs. There are no concerns or findings or official recommendations, I guess I'll say.
Okay. Any positives that we think that would be applicable?
Well, so I have a question. When it came to the difference between TCC and FSU, didn't they say that they believe that some students might be might not be prepared for a university level, and that's what the need for TCC was for. Some students may have been at that level to go into a 2-year program, and some students may not be ready for a 4-year program, so they would refer them to options.
Does that tie them to a particular school if they get services from the programs? So I didn't understand that answer.
It does at
No, it
TCC
doesn't.
because it's their
Yeah.
scholarship. It does not at FSU.
Well, the interesting thing was the feedback was somewhat conflicting, which is why I asked the same question twice. So that's why I said I think there's just some undercurrent of, trying to preserve their basic program participants and focusing on what they can do right now versus the energies outside of the house. But it doesn't appear to be the communication on one side that's what's actually occurring versus non-responsiveness. That's kind of what I got from that. That may actually be the case, but it's clear that hasn't been communicated to the other organization. That's what I pulled from it when I asked the question.
Agreed.
But also, you know what I mean? But they have great outcomes, and so from that standpoint, I was conflicted in that, okay, do you chop off the whole arm because you don't believe, the leg is suitable, kind of thing, are you missing out on some opportunities to help some other participants that may be suitable to transfer over? You know what I mean? So I just kind of felt like maintaining that pipeline is still important, even if it's not utilized fully, if that makes sense.
Now, that comment, I think that concern probably would be for the TC letter, right? I mean, because they can't.
Yeah, but it kind of came up when Chris mentioned
Understand.
that. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Right.
but
Remind
TCC is making that decision. What can they do about it? Because she also said that the some of the people that are donating for the scholarships, they want them to go to TCC. So
and that makes sense.
so FSU doesn't have control over that. So we probably want to go ahead and spend our time on this program right now.
Thank you for keeping me on track.
No, that's okay. So good morning, Betty. We're
I'm
right.
sorry, I had technical difficulties.
I understand because I've had my days too. So,
Yeah.
Betty, we're doing FSU pre-collegiate division. So the best thing to do is if you could pull up there whatever materials you have, the application, the assessment guide, and we're just doing out comments now.
Yeah,
Basically,
yeah.
we're creating the new award letter. Okay.
Hey, Pat,
Yes,
they
ma'am.
said that they are creating an advisory board.
Well, I'm fine right there, but show evidence of it. That's why we said we strongly encourage the agency to implement. I mean, you can say something. This is a directive here. I always turn it into action. So it's nice to have somebody say something, but if you want them to do something, then turn it into an action.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. I mean, because if you look at this is why they've been telling them to do that for years now, because there's no African Americans on the board of trustees of FSU, and I'm not aware of any ever being on FSU board of trustees. That's a reality, and in these times, that's a serious concern. Any other? Let's look at the program now. We can go back and forth, but just so you know, so the next thing we need to look at it regarding the program, Pacific program, let's look in the application. Did they clearly document the need for the program by providing local data? And did they clearly define the target population? You're also going to be looking at and giving me comments about, did they clearly describe the program itself? So we know, like if you were putting your child or your family member in this program, what would you want to know? You want to know what are the eligibility admission criteria? What are the activities provided to the kids, the frequency, the intensity of those services? You want to know how do they complete that program? What happens to them when they complete a program, right? So those are the kinds of things we're talking about when we're talking about, did they clearly describe the program? And the last thing we're going to look at, we can look at the cost per client ratio, but we can also look at the outcomes. What kind of, how does it, how do they clearly demonstrate that they benefit their participants, the programs? So I am waiting on you guys to give me comments for those sections. If we go into the documentation of need, we'll go into Form 2.
Yeah, they didn't.
And then we'll go to section 1.4 is the first section.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And they were very generic with the targeted population. They just, middle high school enrolled, but they didn't specify any special needs population.
Yeah, they don't have to.
They don't have to.
No, if it's not applicable. If there's some programs that's all they serve is special needs, but if with education program, they're going to serve all people.
Okay.
They did use, so in defining the target population, they did a good job using Leon County specific statistics, which I think is good. I mean, important. In talking about poverty levels, who graduates from high school, and then their focus on first generation college students and the unique challenges they face. So I thought that was well done. I thought they did a good job talking about what they offer as far as college exposure at, their prep workshops, mentoring, all those things.
Which makes it even more ironic when you consider the position of their board. They need some more representation.
Yeah. You got Tadero as the ED, so that has a lot of, the EDs in some systems that they have a lot of influence on the programs. But policies are always set by the board of directors, and that's why people look at the governing structure of any institution, because that's the governing structure has the power to create policies.
Right.
And determine the budget, such as where the money goes and et cetera. That's why diversity is important.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they did a very good job. They're very descriptive.
They feel like it was a good application overall, a thorough application overall.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
I think overall, I think it was a great application, and I do share your concern about the lack of diversity at the top. Oh my gosh, almost 100%, 100% of students are, African American and all. But is there any way that you can strengthen that area? What can you do to make sure that they, what can we do now? Like it keeps coming up. So what can we do now to ensure that they will have?
I think that's a community issue, to be honest with you, because because he can't do anything about it.
Right.
That's whether the community said, I can't talk with so much like that. Okay, this is beyond his ability or beyond my ability or your ability. It takes more than that to change systems. You understand community organizing.
And I do. And I think in this case, I think we just, the only thing that we can do really is look at the program and just decide that the program is really is serving the population identified here. And I think that's the case.
Yeah, we've already addressed that. So I'm gonna move on because we've done what we can do as far as the statement. As far as the program, going back into the program, we've done the target population, description of the program. Now we need to look at the outcome data collection table. Outcome data collection table, that would be in section 1.6.
Oh, that was the reference Miss Betty had earlier about the 100% recruitment. Is that what you were referencing earlier? Never mind.
Let me help. still frazzled. Yes, yes. I mean, here again, 100%, nearly 100%. Yes.
Okay. Any comments? They're very they're measurable. Any comments about the outcomes that are reported in the outcome data collection table?
I mean, those were excellent outcomes.
Yeah.
On every level, honestly, I was impressed. And I think they were also, they had reasonable goals, but their indicators were appropriate. And the outcomes are, I think, outstanding when you consider the climate that we're in and the populations that are being served, you know, the barriers to that population. So I think these numbers look really good.
Sure.
Okay. So we got that. We're moving. So let's look at the, well, even though we do, let's look at the justification for the CHSP funding. Let's look at the CHSP funding request, and that is section 1.1. Form 2, section 1.1. And this is what we're trying to see, did they clearly describe, did they give us a fiscal breakdown of each cost category? And did they clearly define and explain the need for CHSP funding? And of course, if they're asking for an increase, did they justify that increase? Those are the kinds of things we're looking for.
I think the increase related to providing transportation, mentors, one site to another.
Right.
And of course, that would be a key part of the program. And oftentimes these the students enrolled do not have adequate transportation and rely on programs like this
Right.
to provide that service. So I think it's a great service to have.
They did provide a breakdown. I know that there was some discussion from Sean regarding about the transportation costs, but this is projection for the next 2 years.
Yeah. So, yeah, my comment was basically about they had attributed some of their increase to transportation costs, and then they outlined several places, none of which we can go this first year for sure. So that's just kind of a back of the mind consideration as you get to dollar.
Okay, that's true. So we've got, let's see what they said in their narrative about why they, so 2,000, so it's a 2,000 increase.
Yeah, it wasn't
Transportation.
So
Just put that down so we can know how much that is.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that any funds, the CH funds, will be used, you know, for matching, so they'll really be able to maximize their award.
Okay, they say they do. Okay, we need to
So it says previous CHSP allocation was $24,383. Their current request is $35,000. How is that a $2,000 increase?
Thank you for asking that, because I wondered about that.
When I read it as in a portion was of that increase was to transportation. I was trying to locate the other areas of increase.
Okay.
Right. So we all agree. And I can't add here, but that was definitely and I have it right here: 24 versus 35,000.
Versus increase. So yeah.
That's a big discrepancy.
Go back and look at the budget.
Clarifying it.
Well, I remember there being some conversation regarding this sheet because it said city funds, city fund. Wait, let me look at my notes here. Go back to that budget worksheet. Did I find that difference?
They only, that means they only justified the $2,000 increase, and I think what they did was they must have added more money. Well, I'd have to look at the budget for last year because I see here
Yeah, I'm pulling that up
they've got a
now.
breakdown of the position. I'm wondering if that's where, if they're trying to get the CHSP to pay for more of that position, more of that staff position. I'm just wondering if that's where the additional request is coming from, but it wasn't explained in the narrative as it should have been. Um,
560.
uh,
Yeah, they didn't explain it. That's probably what
yeah, so
that appears to
we'll
be
just
wrong.
say,
Detailed.
okay. So that is information that you have then. Okay. So you can say you'll look at what they're receiving now. That we'll deal with that at allocation, because you can look at what they're receiving now. In the justification statement, they only justified the additional 2,000. They didn't give you justification for the additional request. So that's it is what it is, right?
Right.
So
So if we were to look at that, then it would be 24,000 plus 2,000 based on what we understand at this point.
It's up to you guys, because you can look at that's all up to you, your decision making, but you can also look at the CHSP funding request and see where they're asking for funding for. It's clearly identified in here, and then it's up to you to decide how much funding you give to the program. But that's the third step.
And a whole lot of mule on that one.
It seems like they justified the additional $2,000, but they didn't justify the rest.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Right. I'm gonna summarize what we wrote because we're gonna have to move. We got to actually do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more agencies, and okay, we only have each agency on. Well,
Our average is we're batting 40 minutes per agency.
so let's move. Let me just summarize. We're not gonna be able to probably talk up everything once we've said it. We're gonna have to move so we can keep going and get done. But I'm gonna summarize so that to this FSU comment. So if you have a new comment that you feel like is pressing, that let me know and I'll add it. If I misrepresented you in any way, let me know that. So we basically said, you guys said strongly encourage the organization to implement a community-based advisory board to support the program's efforts of the program or whatever. This is of particular importance because the FSU Board of Trustees has no African American members and consists of 11 whites and 2 Hispanic. You also say that they presented a thorough, detailed application in reference to the program. They clearly documented the need for the program. They clearly defined the target population, described the program. Excellent, meaningful, measurable outcomes were presented in the outcome data collection table. And also they demonstrated they were very proactive in taking measures to adjust to the changes and needs of the students. They pivoted quickly. They purchased laptops for students to ensure their ability to continue to participate virtually. And they are currently serving 30 students this summer, and including, and part of that programming is that they've implemented a foreign language program. In regards to the CHSP funding request, they only justified, they only explained it, rather, the $2,000 increase. And it did, I'm gonna take this out because housing cost was not in their application, even though it was stated. And with that, we're gonna move right to, unless you guys wanna add, we're gonna go right to TCC, okay? And the same process, the same elements. We'll look at all the same 4 categories for every single program. CC. I don't know what I did. I just realized what I did. I got the wrong. Give me a second.
We're on the TCC now.
Okay. I am ready for comments. Sometimes it's easier just to go right into the program and then you kind of build from there. You guys want to do that? Go right to the program section and then build?
Yeah, I think when we talk about COVID, it kind of just, I'll just start with my comment that I made before is I feel like they had just a little bit of struggling in terms of adapting to COVID. And there appeared to be a little bit of a struggle. And I know Rosemary has that award letter up. There was something in that letter that I remember that sparked my brain that we needed to address. It might have been the advisory board suggestion. It still seemed kind of weak. But we'll get to that, Rosemary. Don't let me forget.
I've got it up, so ready whenever. They had 3 second-year recommendations last year, so.
Okay, so let's look at what those are. Ms.
One,
Rosemary.
sure. Number 1 is to gain community input. The CRT strongly encourages the organization to add community representatives to serve on the advisory board. This includes stakeholders from the targeted schools, parents, and past or current participants. Currently, the advisory board consists of 4 teams.
And what year is that recommendation? What year?
This was from the
Times, I mean, is it a
second-year recommendation?
Okay.
And then, I mean, this wasn't applicable this year, but it was a second-year recommendation to have someone at the building's entrance to locate the site visit.
Yeah, so that, yeah, that's not applicable.
And then the other second-year recommendation was in the program description, describe the state of Florida's role in regards to funding and establishing policies that govern the program.
Did they do that?
The response to that was that I guess the state of Florida puts guidelines for their scholarships. That was what the response.
Oh, okay, that's right. Okay. So that's fine.
And then it just other not concern, just comments. Encouraged to develop a fundraising plan, and then also explaining the difference between PCC and FSU programs, developing a strategic plan, and then exploring ways to improve student attendance. Those are just other comments from the previous.
Yeah, we don't really know. I don't know if no one asked about that question, so you may can't.
The fundraising questions?
Oh, okay, I think, well, you did fundraising, and you also said attendance. So let's look at the fundraising.
She answered
it
Okay. So
You know.
is that still a concern?
But from what I recall is that they were limited. They had a specified group similar to what FSU does that
Yeah.
They got the
focuses
TCC
on.
Foundation.
Yes.
They did address that.
Yeah, that's right. And then she also said that they mainly raise money for the scholarships, which is the largest
Yes.
cost
Yes.
of the program.
That's how we got into, they want those individuals to go to TCC. You know, it kind of was a part of that whole ongoing dialogue.
So I think that was a satisfactory answer.
Yeah, it was just the
Yeah.
advisory. I think the advisory suggestion was what struck me, that I felt they're still struggling in that regard, very much so. And then the pandemic didn't help, but I didn't get the impression that they had even made inroads prior to, because they're still struggling to be agile in their responsiveness. So
Absolutely. I agree with you on that.
I third.
and yeah.
Can something because I mean, third year recommendation at some point, I mean, when does it become a concern or a finding that we've said this over and over and you guys aren't doing anything about it?
I think if you guys feel like it's a critical part of the program and you want to turn it into a finding, you can.
If the finding will be what now?
I say that, but I say that loosely probably because it needs to be something that you feel like is a egregious concern that impedes the ability of the organization to effectively implement the program. And that's really the definition of a finding.
Right. I don't think that they're not.
This doesn't really warrant that probably.
Right, that's why
They're not trying. They're just having difficulty locating people to.
But I will say maybe we can give some more specific direction on how they can go about building up that advisory, because even though we keep suggesting it, perhaps suggesting they partner with.
Yeah. They need to seek technical assistance from the CHSP staff.
Yes, they
to
need
help
to
them
get
come
with
up with
somebody who can
strategies.
help them. Yes.
And council,
Them making a community council, I don't think that's a TA problem. I think that's a will of action.
Trying to agree.
Everything is not TA issues.
But the other thing is, I would say, not necessarily technical, but what I meant by specific guidance is not necessarily TA, but they need to partner with another local organization that is providing that type of assistance. But the other part is it links to the lack of participation. I think that is a direct correlation to the struggles they're having with their participants, because that keeps coming up, that they're struggling a little bit with attendance. She mentioned attendance on Saturday. And even though she said transportation, I find that when parents are more engaged or have a voice, they find a way to, have their children participate. So I think that there's a correlation there, and that it's important enough to talk about again, but doesn't raise to the level of a finding.
Yeah, I think they just need help.
sometimes,
but not from Miss Pat.
it also depends on where the students come from too, because transportation may be an issue for the student. It may be more than a parent issue. They may not be able to get transportation because sometimes the parents are working. And
speaking from the standpoint of engagement, though, transportation will always be an issue. But if they engage more with the actual population and the parents, etc., I believe they'll get a better response overall.
But can you put it in a way where this is like the final warning, before a finding erupts?
I will. I'm gonna write. Yeah, I'm gonna write it as a strong. Don't worry about it. I got you. I know. Don't worry about it. I got you.
We don't want to see this anymore. This is resolved.
It's in their budget to pay for UPHS membership. So seek help from UPHS if you need help with your advisory board. I mean, that's That's what you're using them for.
Yeah, it looks like they all have UPHS membership. That must be a requirement these days from TAC.
Well, it looks good on the application, you know. That's why you may recall I asked, are you using the services that come with the membership? So,
It's allowable expense in the contracts, and we do encourage people to build. I mean, you need to build your capacity, so you need to be involved. And then the training for UPHS, except for the annual conference, is pretty much free for people. So we want people to, so whether if they join, some people are active.
And
some-
Eddie.
Yeah. What was that again, Cara?
No, I saw some of them were members of UPHS and Eddie.
Right.
So maybe, yes, maybe they could use those resources.
Okay. So I've got that, and I'll write it in a strong. Okay, let's move to another topic on this. Any other comments you want about the overall agency? We got people calling me all us on our land phone all the time, a bunch of scams.
Yeah.
so annoying.
That's all I get on
I think I'm gonna go ahead and unplug the phone.
Right, because mine rings 10 times.
Because there's nothing, everybody, you give everyone your cell phone. So usually it's just a bunch, it's only scam calls on the local lines now.
Yeah.
So any other agency-wide comment? Let's go ahead and knock out get this done. Any other comment? Let's go to the program and go right to the program. Go to the program description, go to the documentation of need. Let's go into the program. Well, let's look at we looked at the board for FSU. So let's look at the board for this agency too, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Board of trustees, because that's part of why people, oh shoot, what are you doing? I did not want to do that. I don't want to do that. So let's look at it, the board of directors representation, the racial representation. So we got into FSU, so we should say the same thing about them.
Yeah.
They have one person. So I'm going to say, take something out of here. I'm just going to take this comment, even though it's not exactly the same, and I'll change the demographics when I write, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of put it in a different way because the TCC.
Yeah, they try to kind of
has
with the whole county
one
representation.
has one African American member.
And even the advisory board is majority white.
And that's it. The TCC Board of Trustees has one African American member.
Mm-hmm.
And so does the advisory board.
Well, that's just it. Really, when you look at the advisory board, it's really non-existent.
6 whites, and that's it. There's no Latino.
Yeah, and then when she was asked that question, when she was explaining that, she said they have attempted to reach out to parents, but oftentimes parents, they're busy.
And we don't need to. There are other people. There are community people. There are people from other agencies who work with at the grassroots level. There are lots of others. So why that's irrelevant.
Okay.
When they get with UPHS, they'll find out just who they can reach out to on that.
And the advisory board consists.
I'm just saying what she said. Okay.
In a different mood these days, y'all got
my board.
And the advisory board consists of 3 whites.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's all staff too, isn't it?
That was my point. That's why I said it was non-existent.
Yeah.
On the letter, the awards letter, I put same. Which has been.
I don't see, how can a staff be an advisory board? You are
It
the
is not an
staff.
advisory board. It is something that was plugged in the application to give us the appearance of, because nothing's changed here.
No, same.
Staff meeting, not an advisory board.
That's what it looks like. As soon as I looked at it, I was like, okay.
I said same. And majority white. Mm-hmm.
Let me go back here.
Okay. So let's look at the program now. And look at the program description. So we'll go to the first section. We'll go to is the section 1.4, looking at did they clearly define the target population?
Mhm.
Yes.
They did. How about, did they clearly document the need for the program using local data? They can use data for, they did.
Yeah. 52% of students live in Leon County. Hold on, I'm looking for this percentage here.
Target population.
Absolutely.
Okay. They say they're going to serve 50 clients. So let's look at the program description and see that they clearly describe the program. The program clearly described.
Yes, they did a good job of talking about the gaps as well in existing services and how their program will address that.
Okay. So now let's look at the outcome data collection table. And that is on section 1.6, form 2, section 1.6. What in the world? That's another one.
So my only comment, well, two. One, I mean, overall, I think it's good. On the table, where you're supposed to report your accomplishments over the past year.
Yeah, I mean, it's just saying in the present tense, it's not saying, basically, you have no outcomes.
It looks just like the framework of what we will do versus what we did.
That is what it is, actually. Will complete a resume, will graduate, not did graduate, and considering that they've received funds, we should have some outcomes here.
Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, well, FSU had outcomes. I've seen this a lot this year. I'm so
I noticed
confused.
that too on someone else.
I've never seen. Yeah, I've been seeing this across different teams where they said what they will do. I'm real confused because this is a fiscal year ending 18-19.
Right. Have they not pulled the data?
This
I know they
They're
haven't.
supposed to show what they did last year.
Yeah, 18-19 year ending. Yeah.
Yeah, it's none of that was on there.
Yeah, look at the top. It's real clear.
Your last fiscal year.
Because there's even a box to check if this is their first year.
Oh no, this is we've been funding this program for years.
No, I'm just saying, you know, that would make sense if they had not
This is a
received.
technical error on their part.
Yeah, I think, I mean, with this being a low program, I think we just have to make sure that they pay more attention to the tense that they use.
But here's the
That's
thing,
one.
we can't guess that this is what they meant.
I know,
They have been a part of this program for years. They should be putting outcomes here, and I can't assume that these are actual outcomes. These look like goals.
They're copied and pasted from the table into the framework. They're the exact. I'm reading them back and forth. They're the exact same. Yeah, they're goals.
no, I wasn't trying to say read their mind, but they do have a track record.
Did they work with you all to complete this application?
No,
Miss Betty, we know they have a track record, which makes this more egregious, quite honestly. Seek technical assistance.
this is not a technical assistance issue.
I know that I'm being funny because
Read the directions issue.
It's just one section, and they didn't go back and reread it.
No, this is the same requirement. It's
Copy and
been,
paste.
this is this
a new
requirement.
app.
They not getting no technical assistance. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, that's the thing. No matter how long you do it, it's just always helpful to have somebody have a peek with fresh eyes to say,
Yeah, now we did, just so you know, we did do mandatory training with all agencies on this application. We did that in February. We did that in February.
Yeah, I just think they just need to review the application and ensure that they're responding to the
the question.
questions accordingly.
Well, that's what I was trying to say.
Read the directions before completing the application.
Okay, that is a finding.
Okay.
Automatic, there's some things that are automatic findings, and failure to provide outcome data is a finding, okay? So.
We love this organization.
Oh, yeah, I do too.
And it's the first time they've gotten a finding. Well, you know, as far as a programmatic finding. So you can take that into consideration as well. Anything else did they say? What else did they say about COVID as far as how they provided delivering their program? Because what
They were
notes?
struggling to
But
deliver during COVID.
What did they say specifically? What kind of we're saying that they're struggling, but what did they say, their actual words?
Well, here are my notes. They rolled out the Mentor app early, but everyone's been trying to learn how to use it.
Yeah, they did say that.
They're trying to do Zoom meetings. Student attendance virtually has not been good.
Right.
And volunteers are not allowed in schools for the fall semester. So Leon County Schools has already said mentors, et cetera, through Leon County Schools, like they're not allowing extra people in the schools in the fall. So that's going to be an issue of how they're going to, run their program. Those are the notes I have for COVID related.
That's honestly the answer. She kept, it was more of they were trying, but I just think they're having trouble. They're, just struggling with finding the best approach. And that just became evident with the response, because we know it's an established program and they have, they presented great outcomes in the past, but I think they're just really struggling with this pandemic. And they don't know how to regroup. They need assistance.
Yeah, I think so too, because she said I think they're
Not technical assistance.
Notice I didn't say technical. Right.
I mean, it is technical assistance.
Because I did indicate one time a month on campus virtually, and I think here again that's when the discussion led to talking about the app.
It might have been good. That would have been a good conference with Chidero, since they're, like they're ahead of that curve. So that would have been a good.
Yes.
You learn from other people.
Yeah.
Collaborative efforts that I was saying that, that's missing there, that could have been boom. They've already secured 30, 35 people for the summer. They're struggling to get attendance. And it's like there should definitely be some sort of communication, you know. Missed opportunity that I was thinking about.
What happened?
Nothing's happened. I was just reading. I'm sorry. I was just reading. I'm asking you to look at I just told you to look at the CHSP funding request and look at that section and see what you think about. Did they clearly justify the need for the funding? I'm just gonna stop taking myself on, like I keep saying that, but when I'm not.
Because I was just like, it's so quiet.
Yeah, but did you hear me say go to the funding request?
I
No,
didn't, but I
no,
was actually
that's why I
already
asked.
looking at it. So
Okay, I was waiting on you guys to tell me something to write. Man. So I was looking at it while you guys I'm assuming that you guys were trying to come up with your language that you would like.
Like they requested an increase per this.
Well, what?
They requested level funding 15.
it's the same.
They said they're content with what they have, and they're going to do the best they can with what they have, and truly, if the target went with 50 students, you know, I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, they were able to justify the information. You know, they even sent over an updated remember they had to send over an updated sheet as well.
They had to send in an updated what? What was that? Oh, they did?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Got it via email.
Okay, everything goes like everything is in. They kind of is blending now. We don't. This like my 9th out of 10 committees. Things
You're
start
entitled. You are entitled.
Which group?
The cost that they outlined were pretty clear cut. The bulk of what they're asking is covering salary for success coach, which is a key role in the program. And then they don't have it. I thought it was interesting that they had instructor fees listed, but then they put $0. So I was like, why did they populate that? It's like maybe they changed their mind about asking for an increase and took it out.
Yeah,
that was interesting. And, you know, everything else, like I said, is level. So maybe they decided let's stick where we are, and then particularly with the food, their current funding will not cover food costs. And so, you know, when you're trying to get people together and they're doing activities,
you have to feed children. That's just
to feed the babies. You got to feed them, and so
Yeah.
Especially if they're
for any program.
celebrating, graduating, and things of that nature, you got to have some groceries.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys ready for me to summarize?
Yes, ma'am.
And then see if there's something you want to add. This one we've gone kind of beat it up, but that's about the advisory committee. And then, and actually I'll use the same language here, strongly encourage the agency. It will be listed as a third year concern, not recommendation, but a third year concern. And that would be for both of them. Strongly encourage, and again, the same language, encourage the organization to implement a community-based advisory board to support the program's efforts. This is of particular importance because the TCC Board of Trustees has 1 African-American member and 6 whites, and the advisory board consists of 3 whites and 1 African-American. These are all staff members. It is unclear how staff can serve as its own advisory board.
That'll shake me up.
Okay. Program.
Beautifully put.
Good. I got it from y'all thoughts, based on your guys' thoughts. They clearly defined the target population. They clearly documented the need for the program. They provided local data. They also are finding, while the projected outcome findings are meaningful and measurable, the agency failed to provide outcome accomplishments as required for fiscal year 2018-19. Impact of COVID, agency appears to be struggling to adapt to the impact of COVID-19. They've done things that while they've been trying to roll out a mentor app, they're still working on that. Student attendance currently is poor. And volunteers will have limited school access in Leon County schools. Limited. I know it's kind of redundant. We'll have limited.
Something in there about, you know, seeking like partnerships. Now would be a time to strengthen partnerships or something like that. Wordsmith it, Pat.
Yeah, because that's yeah, I think we should add a little bit more to that. I agree with that. And I think we had an issue, we had already, I mean, in the warrant letter, you had mentioned, recommend that they strengthen their efforts in recruiting students to volunteer. So I think this would be a great way to strengthen that. You know, even though they can't get in, but they can do it by phone.
Yeah, this is Cara.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to meet, let's say, consider partnering with FSU to explore ID?
I mean, I'm not tied to FSU. It could be FSU or whomever else, because I think they're all going to just need to.
But they partnering for what purpose? I have to have a purpose. Say partnering to do what? The action.
Okay. Well, I was just saying, like, partnerships are going to be key now, in order to keep the programs going. So, for example, it would be more so of collaboration and, you know, support and resource sharing and things like that is basically what I was thinking about, because, like, you know, they have not been able to really move to this virtual platform as some of the others. So I don't know how they could figure that out. I'm not saying that they need to merge, which I think is what some people get in their heads when you start telling them to collaborate and partner. I think they feel like, oh my gosh, my program's going to be at risk. And so that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm just saying more so from a, let's try to leverage all of the resources that are out there and outcomes for the program.
Okay, gotcha. So I got that. I'll put that language in there. And the other one will be they're requesting level funding in the personnel category. Just ask, and then I'll put down just for this is a TA suggestion for them that they give a breakdown. So when you put salary, you have to put down, for example, this person earns $45,000 or $30,000 or $20,000, and you're asking this grant to pay 50% of that salary, which equals 20,000 or 10,000. It has to have a mathematical equation. So when you do a budget request, and we try to help people even when they beyond just CHSP, right? Because a lot of our agencies, what's great about it, they use the CHSP application to apply for other funding. So when you're giving them this advice, it's helping them strengthen other potential applications as well. So whenever you do a budget category, cost category, you in the justification section of it, you have to give a mathematical equation so that a reader can look at that and see the figure that you've derived at. Anyway, enough we'll move right to now Center for Independent Living, okay? And that's the high school tech program. So if everybody could probably take a moment and get to that application, which is what I'm going to do as well. We'll be ready for that. Let me save again. And this is Center for Independent Living. Okay. There we go. Before that. Do you want to start with the COVID? How about we start with their response to COVID in reference to continue to implement the program? That's a simple one. That's the first question that you asked them. So comments about that?
If I recall, they did a great job. They created things on site in the safe room and the conference room, and they just responded, very well to this predicament.
They did incorporate the needs of their clients to, continue continuity of services. They had a proactive approach, but it was clear they were ahead of the curve.
It was really mesmerizing because they got on this right away. And so I think they get a straight A in this area.
Yeah. And Sean, you said something. You mentioned the word proactive, and then you mentioned another word that I can't recall what you said. But you said they were very proactive.
And they were anticipating the continuity of services.
Oh yeah, that's what I wonder. Yeah, that's important.
It is.
Yeah.
Definitely ahead of the curve. It's like they anticipated what was coming, even though it was super early. They just said, "Hey, we're gonna do this now, just in case." So I thought that was excellent planning.
Okay. And now they've transitioned to online Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
Very engaged population. Their diversity levels are appropriate. I know we're not on there yet, but they reminded me to say that.
I think being that they're a technology program, that kind of helped them transition.
Right.
Repeat that.
I was saying that being that they are a technology program, I think that really aided them in the transition to distance learning and things like that.
They were uniquely positioned to respond.
So Sean, you had a quick. Shantina, you said you had a comment about the board. You didn't want to forget. What was that comment about?
I was just saying their level of diversity is appropriate in terms of their mixture, because he made it a point to let us know that they have to adhere to I forget the governing body, but there's a.
Well, it's
statewide.
it's 51%, I think, people with disabilities. The other
Yeah.
49%, there is a opportunity. We have to treat every organization the same. If you're going to say that one
So
organization
I have to
needs,
focus on the 49 and say that they need to mix that up a little bit more. I was looking at it from disabilities, knowing that they serve
I-
persons with disabilities, but that makes sense.
Well, but I think they had 7 whites, 2 blacks.
Okay.
I think it's what Pat Sanders said.
So an opportunity exists.
Yes.
I'm always impressed when I see persons with disabilities, having their needs
that's
met,
a
but I
good
have to
thing too.
maintain.
You can say both things though, to be fair to everybody else.
Absolutely.
It was recommended on the previous award letter that they racially diversify the board of directors. At that time, it was 9 whites, 1 African American, and 1 Hispanic / Latino. So,
Continue efforts to diversify.
keep working on it.
Okay. Well, Rosemary, since you have the award letter, any other comments that we need to be aware of? It could be both positive or recommendations or concerns.
It was, yeah, all the other ones are very positive, outstanding results, outstanding outcomes, excellent examples, clearly describe how the program works. Yeah, everything else was very positive.
Okay. Let's go to program design, okay? So let's go, unless you have, are there any general comments that you think are applicable this year that we could, think about live and here and now, what you guys were exposed to? If you weren't exposed to it, you can't put it on a letter, but anything that's in that letter that you saw with this application and the time that you met with the agency that you think it's applicable this year?
Actually, I missed one, and I agree with this. It would be informative to learn about the program. I know they couldn't do this year, though. It's from the perspective of a parent or teacher. Like, how is this benefiting your student or child? What's your perspective on it? I mean, I think that would be good to know. But
Now, I will say that particular comment is what prompted a question that I had that they, I think, attempted to address verbally when I asked about the feedback from teachers or remember that. But it would be good for them to document that within the application because at this point it's just anecdotal,
yeah, you could just put that in the narrative somewhere, even, comments from a parent or teacher and teacher.
People had for every agency was given an opportunity to invite 5 people. So therefore a teacher or parent could have participated. So that was not changed because we did this virtually. Okay.
Good to know. Thank you.
So, okay.
That would have been a prime opportunity.
So anything else, Rosemary? If not, we'll go to the program. So let's go to Form 2. Oh yeah, the other thing I forgot to address it already. Okay, now we already said that. Okay. So we will now go to Form 2 and go right into the program. And the section will be, first section to look at is 1.4. Did they clearly define the target population for the program?
I think they did an excellent job there because as I was reading it, I even came up with a name of students that I think I could recommend to the program. But I thought they did a great job clearly defining the program. I'm impressed with what they did.
So did they give good data to justify the need for the program as far as giving you guys the local data? Let's see what it says here. Under that category.
Yes, they had some data specific to Leon County and then also talking about students with disabilities having a lower graduation rate than a student without a reported disability. I guess.
Okay. They said employed. I think the only thing I would suggest for them to do is that they said 15% of students are in Leon County that they give. It would have been helpful for you to know the number of students. What 15% of means what for the reader.
Yes.
And how far back as far as data goes? There was a 2016 Department of Education study. I guess that was the last time the study was done, maybe? Talk about?
Yes. What are you asking, Cora, or what are you saying?
No, I just think they are quoting a 2016 Department of Education study that looked at the outcomes of young adults with disabilities up to 6 years of high school. I was just saying 2016 may have been the last time that study was done. I didn't know how old, data could be quoted.
We just said to try to within 5 years is what we told them.
That's the general standard for research, 5 years.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, 5 years.
Right.
Yeah. But that's a great question, though. Just in case you never want to feel like somebody's cherry picking.
Okay.
And
so the next thing we've done, description of the program. So we'll look at description of the program, and that's 1.5. And did they clearly describe the program again? Do you feel like they gave you a good description of that program? Eligibility, all that good stuff.
I think they did a good job. Yeah, describing the program. This application resonated with me for a while after I read it.
Does everybody feel like that about the description of the program?
Yeah, they were very detailed, and I appreciate the fact that they broke them up into those separate guideposts.
Good. Okay. Now, the next thing you'll look at will be 1.6 program outcome data collection table. See what the results are.
They had very specific outcomes. 100%. 100%.
Wow, excellent.
I was like, awesome. I love the fact that they shoot for 90% long term, and in this particular outcome, they hit 100%. I love it.
Okay, so we got that. And we got COVID. The only thing else you got to look at is the CHSP funding request for this agency. So we'll go to section 1.1, form 2. And so you see what they did when I was talking about giving a mathematical equation. They got the composition and benefits, and they actually they actually give you, they don't give you I think they could have put the salary in there. That would have made it complete.
That would have, yeah. Yeah, that would have been more helpful. Do our own math.
But if we go, let's go to the, if we say 41% of one for the Leon, the HSHT program coordinator, let's look at the salary information worksheet, and we should see the salary.
Yeah.
Let's see what that breakdown says for that position. For that position. Okay, so that shows you that. So you'll see, okay. So you can go there and see it as well. Sometimes, so it's still clear. Sometimes it's the position.
I like it. Yeah.
Okay.
That would have been helpful to have that, you know.
But
it's in the salary. I mean, it's in the budget sheet.
Yeah.
It's gonna leave you wondering.
So.
Then leave you with questions on your mind.
Yeah, well, they are asking for an increase, so we have to find, that's gonna be the important part is defining why they need the increase.
Oh, yeah.
They mentioned being partially funded before.
It doesn't, it don't, what matters is in what's in the application. You gotta go back to form 1.1.
No, I'm referring to the application. I gotta go back and find. I just read
you doing the application? Oh, go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I remember reading it, so let me just pull it back up. I remember saying
okay.
In 1.1 where they talked about if the agency is requesting the increase. In 2018, they were awarded $15K. Let's see, for a part-time, but because the 20 was only partially awarded, they utilized some existing funds from VR to fully staff. So they were explaining it in there. I did remember reading it. It's the first question. So they kind of went back to the question to allow for full funding.
Additional resource for the career expansion stipends.
Interesting.
I mean, as far as someone not getting what they asked for, that's in a way we don't care, to be honest.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that to them. That was it. That's what they said. That doesn't mean it's actual justification.
Yeah. So what matters is why do you need the money? That's what this question is about. It's about why do you need that extra money? Do you feel like they answered that question? Because that is the question. It's not about what you asked for and you didn't receive, but did you justify why you need that additional money?
They didn't. And
they
what's
answered
interesting,
that question?
They didn't.
I mean, if you look down at question 4, I mean, I know they should have answered this all in question 1, but I will say it says, you know, they cannot for this current cycle absorb it with VR funds. So it does say what the impact would be. I mean, it will limit the number of students. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of if you combine everything they've given you.
So that's fine. You have the answer. It doesn't matter that was in number 4.
Put in the wrong place, but it's in there.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, that's good. Because I was just gonna say, even if they would have expanded on that VR, that's actually where they put it down there in question 4.
Okay, I think so. They clearly explained.
Productive. I like it when people answer questions. Okay.
Almost water.
So currently they're getting 20,000 and they're asking for 60.
No, wait a minute. What is it?
It's 15 and asking for 20. And they asked for 20 previously and got 15. So they're.
I thought you said 60. I'm like, what? I didn't see that.
I know. I thought. Let me summarize what you've stated, okay? And we'll move to the next one. And if there's something else you want to add or correct, let me know. It is commendable that the agency has a board composition of 51% with persons with disabilities. However, you still recommending as a second-year recommendation, continue efforts to racially diversify the board of directors. Second year recommendation, it would be informative to learn about the program from the perspective of a parent or teacher. Program design, they clearly documented the program's target population, the need for the program, and only thing suggestion when providing percentages in the documentation of needs statement, please provide the applicable number that applies to that statistic. Provided a detailed description of the program, excellent measurable and meaningful outcome findings reported in the outcome data collection table. They did a great job transitioning the program to address the needs of the clients, very proactive. You also want to commend them on their ability to continue the continuity of services to the clients was maintained, and they transitioned to providing services online. They clearly explained the need for the CHSP funding. And the next one is pivotal point. So if you go ahead and take a moment and go to your application for pivotal point. Okay. Okay. Miss Rosemary, all right, we're ready for you to give us the highlights of the award letter.
Okay. Now this was Big Headed Beaver and Friends. Is that a completely different program? I'm just curious.
That character,
Is that Character Kids?
Let me look at the name of the program.
The big-headed beaver is a part of the character kid.
part of the
Yeah,
thing.
I think they dropped that term big-headed beaver and
Well,
just and it used to be big-headed beaver character kids, and now they're just calling it character kids. I think it's the same, right?
That's what I assume.
Yeah,
That's
I think so.
how
I just wanted to make sure we weren't going off.
Right.
Okay.
And ladies, make sure Chris has a chance to talk. I just realized he's he may be. So Chris, please step up and jump on in whenever you need to, because you are a very, very well seasoned MSW social worker. So I want to hear your voices as well. Okay. Thank you. We care about
It's
what
gotta be
you.
a shark. You just gotta jump in there.
Go, Chris. Go, Chris.
He's a very polite gentleman. That's why I said, come on. Yeah, Chris, just, hey, play the game like the game is being played with you, okay? Or to you.
Okay, I'll jump in.
That's my motto. Okay. So,
Okay. Looks like they had said provide some more details on succession planning for the executive director's position. I'm not really sure what that's about.
yeah.
Second year concern, important to have board members at the site visit. I mean, the board chair was there this year.
Yeah.
They aggressively diversify fundraising and grant writing was a strong encouragement.
Okay. Hold on a second. Let's look at the grant writing and see if that's still a concern. Okay. That's part of what we, so we'll go right into your application. That's Form 1, Section 6. And then let me know. So, and was that a first year comment, second year about the fundraising?
It looks like a first year comment.
Okay.
I mean, it looks like they're trying. They've got several listed here. And I know they're trying that. Zach talked about that Friends of the Character Center trying to start a kind of like, support a specific kid type, sponsor a kid, I guess, type of thing that they're trying to do online. So it looks, I mean, I felt like they were attempting to diversify. Sorry.
That long list of entities where they had applied. Seemed impressive. They submitted all their applications. They've been done.
Yeah.
Okay.
This talks about developing a relationship with Leon County schools, and they've done that. So that would be that's very positive.
Then they even anticipate expansion of the program to Godby, I think, and Ripley.
They also said, talked about, please, in the next cycle, please clearly explain how it's not duplicative of the 21st century program. And they did
Right.
do that in the application.
Okay. Okay.
So to address the succession plan question, I think they're saying that the executive director provides a lot of the services himself, and if he's not there, then there's nobody to provide those services. And so their response to that is that that was a risk that they're willing to take because they want to put more money towards kids and less towards staff. So how do we address that? Because is that okay that they prefer to put the money towards kids and not hire appropriate staff to provide the services?
I guess why don't you guys talk about that? Because
Wouldn't this be an opportunity for them to get with the, any or some other organization to find some creative ideas and problem solve in that regard? Because to just blow it off would not be acceptable, but I think maybe pursue some other assistance or collaborations to get insight on that, on how they can address both.
And I don't know if they could collaborate with some of the universities to get social work interns to provide some of the services. So that's free of charge.
so
Yeah, that's an excellent resource.
So if we go into program information, let's see. I'm just wondering, in the budget part, they tell you whether or not the program budget tells you whether or not they're using volunteers. So
Since they were using volunteers, but
very little. Trying to figure
Use
out.
some of the money, the increase that they've requested. I thought they're going to use that money to hire some additional people, provide tutoring.
Yeah. Right. That's a different issue. That's the CHSP funding request issue. But I hear what you're saying, Betty. I'm trying to figure out, Sean, give me, I'm trying to figure out between your comment and Chris's comment, I'm trying to figure out what to say, how to write this.
About pursuing other avenues or creative avenues to address the need for a succession plan while still meeting the needs of the targeted population. Does that work?
Let me understand what you really want them to do, because this is an age-old issue. What do you really expect them to do? What are other avenues? What do you really
Plan for the future?
I know we've seen that. We've seen that. They said, or other avenues like what?
But this is where they have to make the effort to actually partner and pursue. Are they members of any? Let me see. See if they list that. You can't just let it fall by the wayside. That's just like,
I'm not suggesting that.
Tori.
Suggesting that, but give me. I'm putting myself in that position. Give me something specific.
I don't know if that, yeah.
So something as simple as accepting 2 or 3 interns per semester that can, you've got 2 semester interns that can be there for the full year, or just a single semester intern that can help, be with the students and throughout the full curriculum of their program. So if you've got,
Go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say if you've got an executive director just or supervisors in, and those interns can do the bulk of the work. So if they have a curriculum, that curriculum can just be handed to the interns or those volunteers to distribute out to the kids.
And Chris, that's an excellent idea, because you'd be, when provided the right opportunity as an intern, can actually grow through an organization. Like, I have about 2 or 3 people that work with me right now. They started as interns. One is at 20 years, one is at 11 years, the other is at 3 years. So you can build capacity in this way.
Where I'm at my position now, I started here as an intern, and 11 years later, I'm here still. So you get a young intern in there, and they believe in the program, they'll stick around and they'll help it grow to something else. And there's 3 universities here, and there are 3 programs that provide interns. So there are plenty of them out there. They're just these students don't really have anywhere to go because people aren't familiar with their partnering with the universities to get these students. I think this would be an excellent idea for them to, and Zach at least partnered with you to get those social workers, but maybe they have not.
Okay, what the intern, but I think the paid interns, because
that's fine.
accountability, because you're just looking at because we work with a lot of students, and there's students first, and sometimes things come up and they may show up, may not show up, but if they are paid intern, that would add more, so make it a little bit more solid.
Okay.
I don't know about, FSU School of Social Work, College of Social Work has a lot of rules around being paid as an intern, and I don't want to put that in there.
Right, there are, paid interns, or especially in the social work field, paid internship opportunities are extremely rare, and not something that's not a normal thing.
My office kind of honestly discourages it more than it encourages.
Oh, wow.
Well,
It's a man. Okay, let's stop. We can move on. I got your point, and I'll figure out how to write it. Okay. So, but I hear what you're saying.
In the weeds.
Yeah, now we're starting to run the agency, and but because how they do it, what methodology they do it, that's fine. That's on the agency, but understanding that they need to be more creative and figuring out how to continue the programming, to continue the organization itself. But all of it is linked to funding too.
That's right.
Everything is linked to funding, because if some systems have enough funding that they could actually hire the person that they plan to take on that leadership role, they'll hire that person, and that person is being trained under that ED to take over as soon as that person it's just, but money, it is about money too. So any other, Rosemary, any other comments that we need to be aware of from last year's letter that you did not discuss with us so far?
It said provide a clear explanation of how professional fees are calculated based on the number of students served and the number of service hours. I'd have to look what that.
We didn't ask them that question, so we might as well keep going, because you didn't ask them, so we can't ding them for something that was not asked. Go ahead, Rosemary. Anything else?
No, I think we've addressed everything.
Okay.
Yeah, looks like it.
Okay, thank you, dear. Any other agency-wide comments? We'll deal with the board. We looked at other folks' boards, board of directors composition, so we'll look at this agency's board of directors composition as well. So let's go to Form 1, 5, Section 5, Form 1, and look at their composition. And let's see, oh, it's 100% African American. I didn't realize that. Sir, interesting. Any comments you have, let me know.
My only comment is, that's good because it reflects the population served. The only thing I would say is consider board members who have nonprofit management or agency experience who might be able to help you with some of these things that we've talked about. They're mainly education related, I would say. Their backgrounds are mainly education.
Okay. So now we'll go to the program design, okay? So that's Form 2 and Section 1.4. And they clearly define the target population, all that good stuff.
I think they have a design of the program is really great. I think it's very effective. And I think basically, I think the program is designed very well.
Okay, documentation of needs. Were you given good data, local data? Title I school should have plenty of data.
Yes, because they're working with Title I.
When families go through struggles.
They said they also attached the percentages for our review as well. Geographic service area. So, I don't know if you did that, but they did do an attachment, a breakdown of the poverty levels, unemployment, free and reduced loans.
Okay, and it's kind of indicative. And I guess in a way, they kind of got it easier than most because Title I schools, by the nature that they're declared Title I, that they all of that has been documentation has already been done, right?
Already there. Yeah.
That's why I said that.
Yes, this is right.
Yeah.
You almost don't have to do much because the research is already completed. How about did they clearly describe the program? Everybody agree? Everybody agrees? Detail?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Talk about the risk factors, everything. Yeah. Character kids.
And the next thing you need to go to is the outcome data collection table, on 1.6. Let's see, we'll go to the bottom and see what their accomplishments were. Yeah, the typo, but that's okay.
Some nice numbers.
Mm-hmm.
They did very nice. Yeah.
Outstanding.
Yeah. Really did. And I like the way they broke it up in different categories. Yeah, they did a great job.
They gave us real numbers that we can process, 71 of 79, 45
The
of
base number, right.
How about that national average on the ACT? That's outstanding.
Yeah, yeah.
That's outstanding. Very good.
And passing the FSA. I mean, that's really impressive.
So SAT and ACT? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. And I appreciated that they mentioned what that data entails. You know, even though that data is only 9 through 12, they talk about the grant reflecting a greater cohort. I thought that was important that they specified that they're expanding. So
Okay.
they're attempting to expand those services. So that's commendable.
I think they understand that clientele very, and I think that's why they're expanding too, bring more students into the fold because of the resources that they're able to provide.
The same organization that relocated so they can be in greater proximity to their population.
No, I don't think so.
I don't remember. There was one that relocated to try to be closer to their.
I think you're talking about the Raleigh House.
No, because Raleigh is.
No, it's not the Raleigh House.
No, I'm talking moving the program from one area to
the building itself. I thought this was them that moved their.
Hold on, Chris.
They're about to move into another location to help with collaboration or something like that.
Oh, Chris, say that again.
There was something in here about them moving to a new location to help with collaboration. I thought it said.
So it looks like that's effective, or that's working for them because they expanded their collaborative relationships. They're getting great outcomes. I don't know how much of the location plays a role in that, but I'm sure it. I just thought that was
size, a larger building, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think they have acquired a new building.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily closer.
No, I don't think it's necessarily closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, we won't get that. We're going into weeds again.
okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, so I don't know where we put it on here, but they had mentioned that they were in just looking ahead, they were looking to extend their services or offering to provide to other populations who could pay a fee.
Say that again.
They had mentioned that as a part of their, I guess, sustainability plan, that they were going to be expanding their program to other populations who could pay a fee. So they were going to do a sliding scale.
Yes, they did say that. And maybe that's when a new building comes into play too.
She said it's still in the beginning stages, but they were looking at a structure that would help offset. I wasn't clear on how that book was playing a role in the book and making that available. And I didn't get to ask the question, but I just was curious, was that book going to be provided for a fee to the schools, or, that threw me off.
Want to generate some income for them. They were going to sell the book.
I said as a fundraiser. It would be a fundraiser.
Out there that selling to put back into operations too.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd have to look at the budget to see if anything was yielded through that. So, the fundraising. I'm still trying to figure out how to word this comment card that you made, that they're basically talking about selling the program to other entities as a way of making money.
Well, so they're creating a fee for service structure as a part of their sustainability plan. So basically, if you can afford to pay for the services, then they would offer it to others who could pay.
Yeah, that was good. I remember.
The application best practices, we set up something like that where they will create this this program, talk about that program, put it in print, and then um, um, reference for agencies. That makes sense.
Okay. Okay. Let's look at the response to the ability of the program to continue with COVID. Let's look at some of the responses to COVID. What were some of the main points that came out?
That they were adapting using technology.
Well, they said they had a summer virtual program online.
They had a what? Hope
Middle,
that,
I think I have middle here, maybe middle school. It's a summer virtual
Yeah.
online learning classroom.
okay, the middle school currently.
Uh-huh.
He mentioned Rickers on Zoom
Yes.
as well,
Yes, he did. Technology.
using technology to adapt to the
Uh-huh.
that was their response.
Right.
Zoom and Apple.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with the other one.
Avid Initiative.
Oh, okay.
Education.
Yeah, once you said the whole thing. I tell you, those robocalls are so annoying. The robocalls.
Better. And also, like, some that they have videos or with maybe this is with ACT Prep. They have videos available if someone misses a session.
Say it again, Betty.
Well, I brought my notes here. I have he indicated that they have videos available for missed sessions, and it's under ACT Prep.
Right, that's right. They created videos.
Uh-huh.
Really effective when you look at those outcomes.
Oh yeah, yeah. No excuses.
Those
right.
and the EOC that kids have to take in public school. I mean, if you look at our county EOC pass rate, they're abysmal, but theirs are like incredible.
That was good to know.
Rosemary, what did you just say? Because I'm just curious to hear what you had to say.
So the EOCs, the end of class exams that public school kids have to take to pass certain courses like algebra and I don't know, there are a bunch of them. But so like my son goes to Leon, so I see like when he passes like what Leon's pass rate is versus what Leon County's pass rate is.
Yeah.
And they're horrendous.
Oh,
But
really? Wow.
theirs
That's
are
sad.
like 90% pass rate. I mean, it's truly incredible what that they're getting these kids to pass these tests that well.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I was stunned when I got my first one for him and saw like what the pass rate was.
Yeah.
It's really sad. And that was like algebra 1.
Oh my.
Middle school, but then had to like take the EOC in high school to get credit for it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Is someone building a house?
Okay. And I think think he also, the other thing was about giving the kids working with Verizon so they could give kids hotspots to make sure that the kids have accessibility to the internet.
Yes.
Yes.
He did say
Access to the
My memories.
hotspot.
So concerned about their fundraising.
Okay. So let's look at the funding request now.
requesting, well, I think they currently get what, 46,653.
Okay. Okay. Say that again, Betty.
They're requesting additional funding. I think
Okay.
$11,000 maybe, 11,800. And that's going to provide for a lead teacher and support for a lead teacher in Griffin, the 2 Title I schools. So they're looking at program expansion to cover 2 Title I schools, middle school and high school.
I think they could have done a better breakdown of their funding requests. It's got percentages and 0.5, but it doesn't give you the math calculation. We're trying to get them to do that. So that's a big one we've been trying to work on. Because you literally should be able to look at where it says, you know, the cost category where you explain, you should be able to look at that and fully be able to do the math. And not have to look at another form to do the math.
So again, Pat, did these folks work with you on this application? Or
No.
anybody?
No. It's something that we stress in training when we do RFP training. I keep on trying to reiterate to everybody that when you do the CHSP funding request, the explanation should be a mathematical equation, independent. It's just a training. It's just, folks.
I can
Just run
assure
out of
you,
time.
it's been over many, many times.
Yeah, I keep telling people that 1,000 times. I don't know how else to do it. It's not even a training issue. It's not a
It's
TA
not.
issue.
The descriptions are so clear. I'm curious to know of our applicants, not just ours, but in general, what's the average number that seek technical assistance outside of what's mandated? Average.
Very small, very small. And usually the ones that do are the ones who are your top-notch ones.
I was about to say.
Yeah, very small.
Thing about
Yeah.
technical assistance, they
And
just
this
trying to get
year-
this application done.
Yeah, but this year,
I know
well,
it.
last year, just so you have a little feedback about it, last year we had 2 CHSP process improvement committees. They looked through the application A through Z. That's why it's streamlined. They took away, some things were dropped. And we had an attorney as a chairperson of the committee, right? And
Okay.
so he had me, I've never had to write so much. And from that committee, that's why you see you see how many details in there for directions and descriptions and examples of how to do something. He had me put embed MP, all of that information I had to put into this application. because he said we want to make it clear to the volunteers as well as the agencies when they review it, that they clearly understand what the question is asking to do. So we did all of that. And
You did it. Y'all did it now.
Yeah, right, 'cause I had put total blame on Pat. I'm glad you explained that.
so what can we, I mean, I don't know.
It was not, I mean, I have written this application on and off since 2009, and I can assure you it is not for lack of CHSP staff explaining exactly how to do this. I promise.
Yeah.
But I like this process.
Yeah.
So should we encourage them to get some assistance from a grant writer, or maybe get a grant writer on their advisory board or something?
Well, you already said, do they have a grant writer? Because I think that would be good overall. Do they have a grant writer on the board of directors? Because I think you guys talked about Rosemary recommended adding someone with a nonprofit management background.
Not on their board necessarily, but the program director has experience.
So we say so as well. So with nonprofit management and resource development, because I think that's so critical, you know.
And Cara, you know, no man is an island.
So we're talking about grant writing and fundraising expertise.
Yeah, not
Those are very unique skills that I don't have even. Okay, not fundraising is a different skill set than grant writing. I can go and take a document and write it and do research.
Right.
I don't know how to do fundraising. So those are very unique skills.
People think they're the same, and they absolutely are not.
They are very, very different. One is a people person and one is a background person. You may never see a grant writer, right?
And really, you shouldn't.
But you know, when we need help writing the grant?
I don't think you need
help writing the grant.
Not the grant, because this is just a technical. Listen to what you listen to the RFP training. Listen and do it. But grant writing, we're saying grant writing because that's a person that's a resource development expert. They know how to go and get money for the agency.
I understand that.
This is bigger than just this application.
Okay. So I think they write the application very well.
Honestly, when I look at things, I look at it from the standpoint of, if I'm reviewing this to fund it, you know, what are the things that I would need, not just for CHSP, but for any funder. So that's why I said saying succession planning, we're willing to risk it. That's an unacceptable statement, honestly, because if you're setting yourself up for overall capacity building, you need to address that. Because a funder looks and they say, well, all right, this is great. I can fund this for 2 or 3 years. Where will you be in 4? Anyway, sorry. Soapbox.
I'm gonna actually put that
When I was
term.
saying that the program director has nonprofit management experience, it's the program manager, not the executive director.
Okay. But again, the governing board needs to have that because that's more important as the governing board. So do you think that they justified the need for additional funding in their narrative description?
Yes.
Okay.
I do. Yes.
All right. All right, I'm going to summarize now. You ready?
Mhm.
My husband is cooking something that's smelling really good and making me hungry. Well, only thing I have, this is my food. I wish I could eat anything I wanted to. So pivotal overall agency, consider, we're not going to say consider based on what you guys said, strongly recommend. adding board members with nonprofit management and resource development backgrounds. Creating a fee for services structure as a method for raising additional funding to sustain the agency is a good development, or whatever we'll promote. It's want to give an attaboy on that. And this kind of goes extra. I kind of put some bullets because of a lot of the comments you were making about having expertise to assist you in building a sustainable organization. Continue efforts to secure additional other funding options to ensure the sustainability of the program and the agency. Partnership with Leon County Schools is a positive development. In the application, the agency explained how their program complements services provided to Title I schools, Title I students attending Title I schools. Pursue other avenues to address the needs for a succession plan while still meeting the needs of the target population. Suggest getting some, really we're talking about strategic development of a strategic plan too. And just some bullets so I can know how to write this, because explain how the agency, we talked about, Chris talked about utilizing volunteers to compensate the work of the ED so that ED could work more on succession planning while others could provide the services. Look at internships. Internships is a way of possibly building a staff person who could actually take on this agency, these programs to be a critical part of the continuity of the agency and its ability to continue to provide services. As far as program design, they clearly define the target population, documentation of need, detailed description of the program, provided excellent, detailed, meaningful outcome findings, wanted to attaboy on outstanding ACT and SAT scores realized by the students through their participation in the program. This program is culturally competent in designing an effective program to address the needs of the target population. COVID impact, they adapted the program utilizing technology, including Zoom. They're currently they're implementing an online program to conduct a middle school summer program component. They're trying to expand the program to other schools, recognizing the ability to reach a broader number of students through technology platforms. They have created learning videos, and they're working with Verizon to secure hotspots to ensure that internet accessibility for children. And they just said they need to include additional breakdown, the CHSP funding request. I'll just say, they can speak to staff for clarification. I'll do that for everybody that. So I'll put that for anyone that didn't do a breakdown, because I think it is, they probably asked us the question, we could explain to them even more. Agency clearly explained and the need for additional CHSP funding, and that knocks out pivotal point. Okay, you guys are doing really good. I mean, really, you're the fastest group I've had so far, quite frankly.
Wow.
We feel under pressure.
I have to keep you, and that is a deliberate and that is by deliberate. That's deliberate to some degree. Because
I'm shaking over here.
Nothing wrong with that.
It's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. That way we'll have more time. Let's see where we are. I'm just curious. I always like to know where I'm. Look at all what you've done so far. So far we've got, not bad. Look at look, that all of those are done so far.
Nice.
Okay.
Halfway.
Halfway.
Yeah. Then this is the longest part. The other part is portions are a lot quicker. So you're doing good. We'll do this one and then
No tears.
well, there are always going to be some emotional feelings, huh? When you find out how much money you have.
I know. The soapbox queen.
Yeah. We've had we've only
know
had
that
one.
about me.
Yeah. We I mean, it just means you care, and that's a wonderful thing.
I do.
I don't have a problem with people having emotion. I have a problem with folks who don't. John Riley.
You want to start crying?
No.
So we'll do John Riley. We'll do John Riley right now. So let's all take a moment and pull up their application, transition from Pivotal Point to Riley. And after this, we'll take a small break because I need I need just a 10-minute stretch for a moment.
I've been sipping on tea all morning.
Yes, I need to go walk around the building.
Okay,
In my big cup.
Yeah. All of us that are trying to keep our, well, I'm trying to do my water. I try to do that 64 to 70 ounces of water per day routine.
Well, I'm alternating between water
and
and
tea.
green tea.
Those are two good things. Green tea is good for the body.
I know, but yeah, my body
well,
knows it too.
Which is the whole purpose of water. It's a cleansing system.
Yep.
That's why your body is a necessity in the body to cleanse all of your organs and everything.
Yeah, I should have put my tea time shirt up today, but
in fact, this is a commercial break in CHSP. So anyone watches the video, we're telling you, drink plenty of water.
And green tea, which has plenty of antioxidants.
My attitude, even more so, is that now that you have the threat of a virus, it is critical that you maintain health of your body even more than ever before. Okay, strong bodies can handle attacks to it a lot better.
Yep. I've upped my ginger. I'm doing my I've always taken supplementation, but I've upped my ginger and turmeric because they're anti-inflammatories.
Right.
And elderberry, I added that back in. I used to take that ages ago, and I was like, you know what? I need to get back on that. And I cut back my coffee because I end up having more dairy when I do the coffee. So I just
that's true. Dairy is congestive.
Exactly, mucus and all of that.
Yeah.
Commercial break.
All right, we're ready. We're ready for John Riley and we took a commercial. We're back. And so Rosemary, we're counting on you to give us that information you normally give us. Miss Rosemary. There she is. Miss America. Hi, Rosemary. So I'm ready for you to review we'll look at it, letters that we think are applicable, comments rather, that are applicable to this year's team. And then, so go ahead, Rosemary, we're ready for you.
Okie dokie. I'm trying to skip some that aren't applicable, so.
That's fine.
Okay, second year concern, the salary information worksheet was completed incorrectly. When completing the application, seek assistance from CHSP staff.
Go ahead. I don't know. Unless you guys have a problem with the form.
I mean, I question that a 1 FTE executive director of Riley House makes $18,000 a year, but when you look at their 990, they certainly have a lot of money coming in.
when you look at their 990, what did you notice, Rosemary?
Well, they have a significant amount of funding. I mean, I think it's over $1 million, which I'll get to that in a minute. But their 990 they submitted is from 2016.
Oh,
There was nothing. I saw no. I mean, not that you could get an extension from 2016 to now, but there was no extension letter or anything submitted.
that was 2016.
Yes, ma'am.
Even if you did it, it's 2019.
Right, yeah, it's not like you.
There's no extension that would be that long.
Extension that long.
Yeah, there is. Okay. Huh. You said something about fundraising. Maybe you didn't.
No, I mean, no, I was still on the salary worksheet. I mean, I don't know what they were referring to in the previous award letter, but I mean, it says, I know we have to, or you have to put executive director as 1 FTE, that's a requirement, but it says $18,000 is the full salary.
I'll bet it's a part-time. It must be part-time. I'm wondering if it's not.
They have it listed as a full-time FTE though.
They can't change that because it's fixed.
I don't think she's full-time.
Yeah, it's fixed. It's
I think she was.
The one is fixed in the application, so they could not change that and put a 0.5. But I think that's a. I think that person is working part-time.
Part-time.
So,
Okay.
So that would make sense.
Okay, moving on.
Go ahead.
The funding request, I mean, I guess we'll get to this, was completed incorrectly and did not include a fiscal breakdown of each cost category.
Okay.
The justification statement, well, it's related for additional.
Yeah, you don't worry.
Yeah, okay. Finding, they didn't conduct a budget presentation last year, but we can't, I mean, we didn't do that this year. So. Second year concern, 2 of them, they're related. When completing the outcome data collection table and the measurement framework consistent from Pat Holiday. For example, several of the outcome findings did not include the number of participants that correlate with the percentages provided. And then second year concern, the agency failed to seek technical assistance from Pat Holiday in completing the application despite the recommendation from the 2017-18 CRT.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay, so we'll go, let's look at the, I'm ready for, so let's see, where do we start? Do you want to deal with the COVID? Because you kind of been levitating toward that anyway with the COVID, between the COVID response first or agency-wide comments. So let's talk about that.
Well, I like that they immediately moved to a digital curriculum and exhibition. I thought that showed flexibility, you know.
So you said a digital
curriculum and exhibition.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And I was impressed. I was like, I didn't realize that was available. So it actually made me say, let me, you know, look it up for my nieces and nephews, you know. Check it out. I'd like to see what that looks like.
Yeah.
That would have been great, even if she would have like submitted some screenshots.
So I think curriculum and virtual exhibition. Okay. That's regarding virtual lives, I think. That historical tour, blended lives.
Right, blended lives.
they do with the different grade level schools. So as far as the summer program, uh, um, video, they got video, like you said, pushing out to all schools every 2 weeks. They're trying to offer some home activities. I guess that's the same thing though.
I think that was more detailed on the blended lives, talking about some of the hands-on, I guess, so they felt connected to the
Oh,
experience.
y'all asked me outcome. Okay, and any other meaningful comment you want to add to COVID-19 category? No, no. So any overall agency-wide comments that you would like to add? Agency-wide. We have to look at the board, just like we did every other agency. Look at their board of directors composition.
I mean, I think only having Paige, the director of education, was a poor decision. So,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she was no board members present. The executive director wasn't present, and I think she did the best she could. She lacked some of the historical knowledge or capacity knowledge, organizational knowledge that was probably
Has
needed.
she been in that position? I was unclear because there were several references to the
2 years.
prior.
2 years. 2 years.
Sounded fresher, so
Yeah. So
Yeah.
It's 2 years because remember the last grant was written in 2 years ago.
that's right.
oh yeah. So she's still fresh. So this is the first for her, and you can tell because she started.
Definitely should have had some
Yeah.
support.
She
Yeah.
was the program manager,
She's
the one that
director of education was what I wrote down in the
said.
title.
She may be a jack of all trades.
Quite
Director of
She
Education.
feels a lot. I think she feels a lot of. Mhm. Um, that was a real concern for me. She didn't have support. She helped her make a presentation.
Yeah, it was
And
kind
they
of.
have and looking at their board, they have a lot of people on their board. They have close to, I think, 20 people on their board. I may be exaggerating, but at least 15.
They had enough that someone could have been on the call, right?
Yes.
How long did she say she had been doing that job?
2 years.
years.
It just sounded like she knew the programming itself, but when we got into some of the finer details of budget and funding and how things were directed certain ways, she
Right.
It's not her. Yeah, it didn't seem like that was part of her daily duty. So I don't understand why they wouldn't have somebody to address that.
there was definitely some copy and pasting going on here, telling you right now.
Tara asked if the board had term limits, and she didn't know the answer to that. Like that.
According to her LinkedIn profile, she's been the director of education since August of 2018.
Okay.
Before that, she was an intern with them.
Oh, interesting.
2017.
Okay.
There goes your interns turning into staff.
Yeah. I know. I mean, it's a true statement. I know for me, my internships turned into my first jobs too. I mean, that is a pipeline, a normal pipeline. So it's not a stretch for that.
Right. And if you train them well, you save yourself a lot of time. They can just right in.
Agree. Program.
That's how you can find some of your best people. That's why I tell interns always do your act like you working for the job when you intern because claim it as yours and it may be.
Yeah.
That's right. You know, I loved me some Christine. Didn't Christine intern with you?
Yes, goodness. Yeah.
Call her my Lifeway baby.
Oh, you still have interaction with Christine?
Just in passing,
Yeah,
social media.
she's a wonderful human being. I mean, that was
She's
an
recently
intern.
engaged.
I know. She texted me to let me know, and I was I've been yeah, absolutely.
And she's the sweetest. She's so sweet.
Wonderful human being.
She really is. But intern. And now she's over at TCC, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, and I gave her a recommendation for the job.
Of course you did.
Absolutely, and we practiced on the interview.
Good. Yep. Excellent.
If you impress
Internship at
people,
work.
they will do a lot for you.
That's true. That is true. Ironically, when we were on our little flash break, my phone was ringing, and it was somebody asking for a reference for, sadly, one of the most problematic individuals I've ever worked with.
So how did I do all that? I won't worry about cleaning this up. It went to AB, but I'm actually, but
Wow. How did that
I
happen?
just need to take that out. But any other comments, general comments about the agency? So, oh yeah, that's right. That bullet just disappeared on me. That's all. So any other comment? So I will make that very strong, which you can say, see, I added some language based on what you guys were saying.
Yes. And that suggests that needs to be really strong.
Mhm.
And then these additional, does this go under here? They still didn't complete the out. It was a second year concern of not seeking technical assistance and also not completing the measurement framework and outcome data collection table correctly. So, and
Yeah.
it all happened again this year.
That becomes a finding.
Said it was a copy paste job or something.
So
'Cause
let's see, okay, so we'll get to that when we do program about the outcomes. And so let's go ahead and get into the program because you're already mentally there. So we'll go to, oh, we were supposed to say something, well, there's no concern with this board, it's very diverse. Unless you feel like there's some concerns you have about the diversity of the board.
I think it lacks diversity in area of expertise, but that's it.
And let's see what that board looks like.
They have a lot of big on the board. You know,
Yeah, a lot of, yeah, that's
they have a lot of
yeah.
busy people. Look at the titles.
That's a concern to me.
I wonder how well attended their board meetings are. I mean, I know they have a quorum, but
Yes, yes. So they have a lot of busy people when you look at the titles. And even though you have some agency representation there, but you still need people who can really able to attend meetings and able to offer good professional advice about
They got all the advisors in the world. It's a matter
It looks like a
okay, so we'll move off of that because in essence we can't if let's see what they say their meeting frequency. They say they met quorum all 9 meetings a year, so we can't really speak to that.
right.
What I'm really trying to say is that, and we've said it before in other instances, that we want them to be able to provide the capacity. They need capacity in order to help them put together a great application.
Well, they have the resources, and we can't control how they utilize those resources.
Can we encourage them to use the resources?
No, we're just gonna deal with our space is to talk about this grant and give them feedback on this grant. It'll go to the executive director as well as the board president. It's their job to do something about it. Probably. Okay.
They describe their programs.
They say stay in our lane. We'll stay in our lane. So let's go into the program part. And so we will go to program information, and we'll first go into section 1.4. Let's see what their client demographics. I'm just curious about that.
I looked at that. They did a description of their demographics for local area schools, zip codes. Get in the weeds with it.
We'll go into 1.4. So go. You guys go into 1.4 of the application and look at whether or not they fully describe the target population. And I guess
Title I, failing schools, members of families that fall short of FSA standards. They didn't give a specific well, they talked about the elementary level with 55% non-white, but other than that, they didn't get in the weeds, but they talk about the majority being from Frenchtown.
Do you understand the program design of this program? I mean, as far as because it's a lot of different program components in here.
And quite frankly,
that are different, that are independent. Did they clarify?
No.
And
that's what I was wrestling with, and that's what I'm trying to articulate. That I struggle to try to figure out how the program's supposed to work for the amount of money that they're requesting. That's what
the delivery is unclear. You just see a lot of moving parts, and you see who the population is, but how are they actually receiving these services? What's the focus? Are they going from one program to the next?
Let's go to program description, because I don't think we can understand the target population or any of that information unless the program description is clear. So let's go to 1.5 and try to go into the weeds of that a little bit.
Yeah, I actually had to start there. It was a little confusing earlier.
Okay, so they got rallies after school, blended lives, in-class presentations, power-up summer camp, and R3T techniques initiatives.
Really talk about the delivery itself.
They don't, because I could understand how
are they supposed to work together? So I don't know. But in the goals, I'm looking at one, and one, there are no objectives in there. I don't know if there's a goal in here. I think it's a description, but I don't know if are these goals and objectives in item 1. And again, you're looking at 1.65 of the application, okay? Question 1, it asks for the goals and objectives of the programs. And these are programs components, whether they could be different program components, but each program component should have its own goal and objective. So there's no.
They're only asking for funding for one program, though. Isn't it wide clap?
Is that what it is?
Well, that's my concern.
It's of all 5 of them.
I just assume.
Hold on, Chris. What were you saying?
Does the YCCLAP consist of all 5 programs?
Yeah.
And so they're funding. They're going to spread it out over these 5 different programs.
Yes, that's what we're trying to figure out. Is that your conclusion, Chris, from what you read?
That's my guess. I don't
guess.
Yeah, I don't know what.
It says in the application that the program consists of the 5 components. Where I'm stuck is they're all grouped together, but they don't really talk about the actual service delivery. How does this come together to form this particular program, you know? So our after school kids now
kids
exposed.
matriculate through these 5.
Yeah, but we don't
Where do
know
they
that.
start? Where do they finish? Where do they, do they start at Riley Kids and do they end with the techie thing, or do they
Yeah.
come in through summer camp? How do they matriculate through this program? I'm just confused by this whole thing.
Those are my concerns also.
Yeah.
The-
Feels like they just took all the different things they do having to do with youth and lump them into, okay, we're going to just apply as one program, when really these should not all be applied for as the same program. I mean,
Well, see, it's called the Youth Cultural and Computer Literacy Academic Program. So I can understand all of these being a part of one program. The part that I'm missing is the actual service delivery, because a program can have multiple components, but we need to
Right.
understand how those components are administered. When the kid, what's the
Right.
point of entry? When I come in on day 1, I'm going to class, ... What Chris was saying about how are they, going through these areas, and we can't see that.
What kid starts where?
Yeah.
It wasn't broken out. It was mentioned, but it wasn't broken out, you know.
I think of like PACE, where they apply for different programs that serve the same girls but do slightly different things, and they break it out as in it's 2 different transition spirit girl, because Blended Lives serves the whole school system.
Right.
And this is obviously Riley Kids After School is very specific to Riley Kids at Riley. It's just, like you said, Chandina, it's really hard to know what they're doing where and when, and how it overlaps or doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
They talk about the components individually, but again, we don't know if it's servicing unique individuals throughout and then adding more of the general population during different times.
What they did, they listed the components. They didn't describe the components.
Okay. All right.
That's what they did.
That's a good way to put it.
So this is based on what you've stated, and what I can see too in the application, they did not provide program goals and objectives for each component of the program. They only provided general descriptions of the program components, and did not, and the program description like specific details. That's what so we've done that. I don't know. We can go back, I guess, and try to look at the definition, the documentation of need and target population to see if that was asked. So we're going backwards. So hopefully that can, I don't know, but see what kind of responses, kind of review now, documentation of need and defining a target population. I guess the only way what do you think about the client talk, question 1? Do you feel like that answered, that explains or fully defines the target population? I'm thinking that the difference, some of the components of the program are for all kids, and some are targeting like one school, like Riley, and another program may be targeting. They need to break this down so you'll understand the differences of the target of the program components, because they don't target the same population.
But when I look at the application,
Is that what do you guys Cara, I see you shaking your head. So what do you think about the description of the target population?
this is what I gleaned when I was looking at the application. I got the impression that they made a decision to move the tutoring program from, I believe they said Waco to Raleigh. Start working with personnel at the school, Raleigh, where they can serve the Franklin area better.
They've always been at the Raleigh Elementary School.
Oh, okay, well, maybe I misunderstood that.
As far as what we've been told in the funding world.
Oh, okay, okay, all right, I misread that then.
So
It's very
going,
confusing.
Oh, it's Oak Ridge, it was Oak Ridge, from Oak
okay,
Ridge. Relocate
yeah,
Oak Ridge, relocate Oak Ridge to Riley Elementary.
they
Okay,
might have, but it's been years. That's been a long time ago.
okay, okay, all right.
Okay, Cara, what comment were you going to give me about
I don't think I have a different
client,
comment than, I don't
the
think I have a
client?
different comment than everyone else. I was just saying that it is very confusing to understand. So I'm still trying to figure it out.
Mhm. And another thing I asked them too, ask her their ability to serve. I think their focus is to serve 8,000 individuals during the year. And so I'm trying to figure out how we want to do that. Because I'm not sure they don't have enough staff.
Well, that's beyond us again.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, because they could have volunteers, they could be using board members,
I
all of
did
that.
see volunteer, right? I
They got
did.
money. They got money now. They don't, what they're asking us is just a portion of CHSP. Remember, they have other funds.
I guess I didn't see that listed.
So, but everything is kind of all gelled together. That's why we can't really see outcomes, because we don't see goals.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a mouthful. Mhm. So next we will, and I don't know if you want to talk about anything about what the purpose of it, or what they're doing or not. You can.
I think they
So
provide a valuable service.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We have to acknowledge that they provide it.
Oh yeah. I've known the director a long time and watched her grow the program to where it is today. And I think it's a wonderful service for the community. And hopefully they will take advantage of the technical assistance that is being referenced here to make the program continue to flow.
I mean, that makes it even more important that we understand the service delivery.
I'm saving it now, so you know, silence moment. And then the last thing we need to do is look at the funding requests. So we'll go to 1.1. Yeah, same thing. They are asking for an increase?
Yes,
Oh, okay. Oh, that's where you got that Oak Ridge.
yes.
Huh. Well, I'm confused now.
Mm,
I see what you're saying now, Eddie. Um, okay, now I understand.
yes, ma'am.
Because when I read this, it's saying this past year, decision was made to relocate the after-school program to Raleigh Elementary from Oak Ridge Elementary
Mhm,
to serve youth in the Frenchtown, Griffin Heights neighborhoods.
mhm.
But I don't know.
Weren't they already at Riley? Maybe they were doing it at both and they just decided to go to one.
Oh, it's an after school. They're saying that. I,
I think they decided to go with one. They said it was more convenient for them, being in the Frenchtown area. The Frenchtown area would be more convenient for them to relocate in the program. That's why I took away from that. Yes.
Maybe they have different names for the programs and we're just confused.
yeah, that might be what it is. Decision made to recode the after school program. Um, is anybody?
Tina, you're on mute.
Anita, are you on the
Sorry.
Anita? I don't know if Anita's on the conference call. If she's on the, I don't, Anita. She might be at a, because I did tell her that she may be at a meeting that she's attending. Um, because I almost need to go back and look at last year's application because we've had the understanding that the program has been at Raleigh all the time.
Yeah.
I thought so too, because I've reviewed this
Okay.
agency
Yeah,
before.
okay, so
Mhm.
I'm confused. Maybe we better.
Is that a result of some copy and paste? What's happening here? Because that threw me off.
There's no breakdown of any other costs. No, and I think that was the comment from last year's too, right? Rosemarie, that there was no
Oh,
breakdown
yeah.
of funding growth.
Right.
That would be a,
Because I mean, even one of the components is called Riley Kids After School, so that's what I'm trying to. Interesting.
and I'm gonna make sure I say fiscal breakdown, because that's what we're talking about. You want me to look at last year's application and see what was in it?
That would be good.
Clarify that Raleigh, to clarify the
Clarity.
Raleigh, because that way as I really don't know. So let me try to see. Let's see. I'll look at last year's application. I'm pulling it up, so give me a moment. Maybe we can get some clarification. We don't fund them. The city, the county funds them, so I don't want to be. What's that? Maybe some changes. Well, it's called okay. So I want to see what were the locations last year, so we can see. Maybe that can give us some clarification. Let's see. It was a whole different form last year. Let's see YCAP. Let's see if we go to client demographics. I'll see where the target population. Let's see if that tells me anything. That's the same language. So, oh, well, no, that won't. Okay. They do have Oak Ridge Elementary in their statement of need. In their for last year, they said 61% of student body at Oak Ridge Elementary are economically disadvantaged. So maybe they moved it from Raleigh and then put it in Oak Ridge, and now they're moving it back. That might be what that I think that might be what happened. That's why it's confusing. Huh. I don't know, because then I'm looking at the program description. It says Raleigh Kids Club After School Program. Well, I guess that doesn't say location though.
Yeah, but why would you?
Okay, I think just to clarify, uh, I think they moved it to Oak Ridge because we haven't funded that program, so I don't want to misrepresent. But it seems like they were at Raleigh one time, they moved to Oak Ridge, and now they're moving back to Raleigh. So that might be what that's what it looks like, because they do have last year they have Oak Ridge in the language here. Okay.
Hey, I'm back, guys.
Okay.
And in my notes, I did put relocate. So maybe that's the way I
You're
thought.
right. So
Okay.
now we understand it. Okay. At least as best we can. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So now let's look at let's look at their funding request for this year, and I think they're asking for.
You needed me?
I figured it out.
Okay.
We were confused about something, but I had a chance. I figured it out. Thanks, Anita. So they are asking for $26,000 more dollars, which is what, almost a 80% increase, 75% increase, something like that. So let's see what they said as far as why do they. Let me make sure I'm in the right application, Lord.
Okay. Are they currently getting 50,000? Is it currently 50,000 they're getting?
I am in the right one. Hold on, I want to make sure I'm in the right year because I went into another year. So let me pull it back up. And then I'll get to that funding request. Make sure. Yeah, they're from 50, they're asking for 25,000. So they're asking for a 50% increase. So let's see what there's in their narrative. There's no fiscal.
No.
Let's see what they're saying. Higher number of students, but it doesn't say how many.
How is a higher number of students when they're moving it to one school?
Yeah, I don't know. You look, everybody just read that section. It's 1.1 and it's question 1. So read it for yourselves, okay? And I'm going to read it too. Number of students. Okay, what do you think? Do you think that they explained that they gave you documentation to justify the need for additional funding?
No.
Betty, you're on mute.
Okay, mute. Okay. This is the same issue that you addressed listed in the letter, the award letter, and it's still the same. I said, and put in my notes, I said, same concern, fiscal explanation it's not clear.
Okay, and I'll go back and like I always do, I'll compare what you've written to the award letter, last year's award letter, and if it's a second year concern or third year concern or finding, we'll put that in there. Okay. So that's it. I'm going to summarize what we wrote for Riley, and then we can take us a 15-minute break. I think Ms. Carter will give us that opportunity.
Yes, we can take a 15-minute break.
Hey, bring your food with you, because hey,
bring your food with you.
I will pop my little Tangelo. I haven't ate today. So I'm going to summarize. Finding agency provided an outdated 990. It is concerning that no board member or the or executive director attended the CHSP meeting. And of course, I'm going to wordsmith this a lot better when I get a chance to do that once we're finished. But while the director of education was able to respond to certain questions, she did not have the historical knowledge of the agency's operations to respond appropriately, adequately to all of your questions. So I don't want it, it's not her fault. So I want to make sure that's understood, because she's simply like historical knowledge, and she's not a governing entity, so she would not know certain questions, the answer to certain questions. Program design. Overall, the agency provides a valuable service that has the potential to impact the entire community. The agency did not provide program goals nor objectives. Only general descriptions of the program components were provided. Therefore, the program description lacked specific details. When describing the target population, it appears that the different components of the program have different target populations. For example, certain program components target all students in Leon County, while others are directed toward a particular school. It would be helpful to separate the program components and explain the target population for each of those components. It has been recommended several times that the agency seeks assistance from Pat Holliday. However, no follow-up has been conducted to seek assistance in correcting the issues in the application. As far as response, they've transitioned to digital curriculum and have a virtual exhibition regarding Blended Lives historical tour. Second year concern, no fiscal breakdown of the CHSP funding category for any of the cost categories. And they did not provide a fiscal explanation of the need for CHSP funding. And I will quote their own. For example, they said that they were, one of the quotes in here, that they would serve a higher number of students, but did not specify what those numbers are. Okay. Anything else to that?
I just have a question, Pat.
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't it a requirement that the actual agency director sign the application?
Yes.
Because it's signed by Paige.
Yeah, I was gonna say Paige is the person on the application.
Who is that?
She's the education director.
Correct.
Anita. Anita. She's coming in and out. Oh,
Yes.
see that? We got an issue of the ED didn't sign this application. So what's your solution?
I thought she was the ED because I was like, wow, this is awesome.
Yes.
The ED doesn't know this information.
Maybe I'm wrong, but
Let's see.
I guess that's something we can call after me to see if she gave her permission or something.
Yeah. Application submission.
Probably gave her permission. I mean, she was the one doing the presentation.
Okay.
yeah, I just thought that was.
Well,
I mean, I thought that was like. I mean, it was always made clear to me that the agency director, CEO, ED signing the application and reviewing it before submission was vital.
Anita,
Completing it.
I don't know the structure. Oh, let me look at, well, she wouldn't be on there though. Yeah, it's just a requirement. In fact, it's a mandatory requirement. So I'm not. Let's see. I'm gonna see who their contact people are.
Can I make another comment?
Yes, ma'am. You can.
You know, I'm dealing with
Yeah.
this section. Hey, you hear me?
Yes.
Agency overall, you know, we said we're concerned, no board members. Can we change that to strengthen it a little bit to say that you know, in the future when applying that 2 to 3 people from the agency are expected to be present? Can we say something like that? You know, wordsmith.
I don't. I mean,
Individuals with historical knowledge of the agency are expected to be present.
yeah.
Way to say
Can
it.
can we force that?
No, I mean,
I mean, I'm sure it's said in training, but it looks like the executive director would have been there, but she got caught up on an important phone call.
Well, Pat, looking at their contact list, they don't even have an executive director listed. They have a CFO, a board
Same
chair,
thing.
and a director of education. So
the CFO is the same equivalent as an ED. So it's all out. Well, she's saying CFO, huh? That's right, because that's a chief financial officer.
Now, if it was CEO, that would
Right,
be
you're right. So
COO in some.
there
and COO in some cases.
there is no ED.
That's interesting.
I don't even. Okay, that's a whole.
She said the ED was on a call and couldn't
Sure
make it.
did.
And then 990 they provided lists the ED, even though it was from 2016, but that was their choice.
Who the and it lists Altamise, right?
Correct.
Okay, we just have to. I'll figure out a way to say 9%.
I'm not trying to force, but I just think certainly in this case here, certainly would have been to the agency's advantage to have 2 to 3 people assist with this presentation.
And to be perfectly honest, you know, you can kind of get in the weeds. At the end of the day, you need somebody with historical knowledge.
Yeah,
And
that's about line.
had she had that, then we wouldn't miss another body on the phone. You know what I mean? Had she had historical knowledge, you know, it was filled out properly and able to answer the questions. You can have 12 people on a call and only one person gives all the answers. You know what I mean?
Right, and we had an agency like that, one of the ones we're going to talk about a little bit, but only one person talked, but she was able to kind of, you know, pretty much answer the questions. But
I think,
anyway.
Patty, to that point, I think definitely you need to ensure that whoever is representing the agency is able to, you know, answer the questions. So yeah, I agree definitely about the historical knowledge piece. So whoever that is, whether that's 1, 2, 3, or 4 people, but we definitely need someone that can answer the questions, especially since all we were asking were questions. And there wasn't an opportunity for a presentation. And so I thought that was just not a good showing for them to not have, and I think we've addressed it, for them to not have someone that could answer our questions. And Paige said it up front that there may be some things that she can't answer.
And even in the event of an emergency, when the executive director, they must have someone who can answer all questions related to the agency and the application.
Yeah, with all of the board members that they have, if the executive director couldn't be there, it would have been nice to have one of the board members step in to answer those historical questions.
Exactly.
We basically gave all agencies up to 5 members. They could have more than that, but we would actually reach out and give them 5 invitations each. So if they were in the same room or if they were distant located, we could send a link to them. So we gave out 5 links for every agency. They could link it directly to their home wherever they were.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the best we could do.
Right. Speaking from experience, Pat, it worked well. You know.
I'm glad. So let's take Madam Chairperson. You want to tell us what time you want us back?
Yes, if we could be back at 12:30, that'd be great. Thank
Okay,
you.
y'all, you've lost a minute, so you better hurry and jump up. It's 12:16. So put yourself on mute and check your videos off, but don't get out of the program. You see, you only have 3 more. I hope I'm okay. I normally never. I hope I look okay. I don't.
We can't really see you because of you're sharing your screen, so you're fine.
I was trying to eat something of substance, but I try not to eat when I have to. So I'm going on down, and we start with, we'll go Divine Revelations. That's a new agency, so there is no award letter. So everybody go ahead and pull up that particular application, and we can get started on them. Divine Revelations. Let's see. Excuse me. So just kind of get started. This is going to be all from your brain, what you observed and what you read, because there's, like I said, there's no award letter applicable.
So just to start the conversation, they mentioned that they have not been able to provide services due to all their services being in person and them not being able to pivot to a online type of situation. And it didn't sound like they really.
Yeah, it didn't sound like they had the infrastructure to even offer online anything.
Yeah.
They need a lot of assistance.
Well, they're members of UPHS and Penny, so.
Yeah, well, they're not utilizing that, but they've started. I remember that much. Start.
Okay. So yeah, the school. They also said that all of their services are school based too.
It took them a while to get into the component of the fact that they receive
It took them a while to do what, Shantina?
in the midst of the conversation to get to the fact that they are receiving referrals. I remember seeing a reference to it within the application. But it took them a while to get around to that. And when you look at So Many, I remember thinking, is this the same one? You know, it didn't translate well. I guess that's more to the program description. But it sounds like they had some success in the other county. They're attempting to move over, but
yeah.
And if you look at the overall, I guess, you look at their board member makeup, it doesn't really match their client composition.
Okay, we'll go. That's form 1.
Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I'm just making sure other people know it. Oh, so that you, yeah.
Back up there. I did, well, let me see, is this the last year?
What is their composition on that board? 2, 1. I meant keep on hitting the wrong form, I guess. Do you think they have the right? Do you think they have the right skill sets on the board?
No, I think it's a good initiative. I think
There is no. What are y'all seeing? Because I'm on the. Let me make sure I'm in the right. I'm
I'm
in
looking
the.
through the form.
I don't see a board listed in
They
here.
left it blank and they filled out the advisory board only.
Okay. Yeah,
Like I was looking too, like I don't remember seeing that.
Okay, because I thought maybe it was me and that I can't see all of a sudden.
You see how
So
quiet I
blank.
was? I was like, I don't remember seeing that. I was looking
About
hard.
board. Okay, so
I assume that's their board, not not a separate advisory board. I mean, I'm pretty positive.
I'm
when
not
you look
making
at-
any assumptions.
does the chart
Correct.
say
Should not do that.
not yet. Well,
if you go to five, yeah, there is no advisory board. Okay, so they put it in the wrong
in the wrong place.
spot.
I'm not making any assumptions.
I think it's a group that has good intentions. I think they really want to make a difference in the community, and I think this is clearly a case where they could use other people with expertise to help them really format their program. They need a lot of help.
They do. They do. And I agree with I agree. That was my initial impression all from beginning to end is that, you know what, this sounds like a great idea. It hasn't really gained traction or momentum. They had some success and they were hoping to replicate that, you know, in this county, but because of how they're structured, being housed in the system, they didn't have the ability to react. I don't think they have the capabilities, honestly, to just transition to, you know, an online mentorship. Because the irony is, the Geeks and Grants is one where the young person reaches out to the older person regarding technology.
Mm-hmm.
They were paralyzed in this regard. So I just thought that was ironic, really.
Give me one moment. Thanks for that moment. Okay, so all right, I'm ready.
They could probably use a few more men on the board too. I mean, they serve the vast majority of the population served are male. And it's 2 men versus 7 women. I mean, rarely do I say somebody needs less, but it's unusual. But I mean, if you're
Present company.
for male role models and you know what I mean.
Yeah, I understand.
I agree with that. I agree with that. And I was also kind of worried about the credentials of the service providers. I don't think anybody, the credentials didn't seem, because they're talking about cognitive behavioral therapy and all this stuff in their service. I didn't see anybody qualified to provide, CBT therapy and things like that.
Yeah, that's concerning. You're saying you're doing CBT and
Because what all were they saying that there? What is the program? What does the program do?
Well, they grouped it together. They have two programs
I understand it was
grouped
schools.
together. Yeah, Control the Fire and Geeks and Gramps. So one is a workshop. It's a total of 4 workshops at a 2-hour event. The other is a Control the Fire for Teen that through them talking appears to be a program where they got referrals. But even in that, that still wasn't perfectly clear. I was still trying to go back and find that information.
Good.
Let's see, where is the program?
We may have to go into the program and then look at everything overall, try to figure out what they're exactly proposing to do, and then maybe the advice that we give would be more specific.
Mhm.
So let's go
That's-
ahead. Let's go ahead and get into the program sections of the application.
Yep. Control the Fire. Geeks and Gramps.
Research.
So we just go right to 1.5 because I think we need to understand the programs before we can, kind of like what we did. We had to kind of work backwards last time. We got to do it with this one too, so we can understand it better.
Agree.
These are not program goals and objectives.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Okay, now let's look at resources. They said, well, we talked about the major resources. So 3, they're saying they have program facilitators and administrative assistant, but it doesn't speak to a social worker, as Chris was alluding to. So let's go to 4 and see if you can better understand the program.
They had a flyer in there.
Yeah,
There's an attachment that I copied, and it spoke to both of the programs. I can't see it in
2
my
separate
papers right now.
flyers attached, actually.
Colorful flyer.
Okay. It's not tell how often it was just 3 classes throughout the year, and 1 each. They plan to offer 3 classes throughout the year and 1 at AMI. Oh, they're talking to different schools. It's an 8-week. 3 classes. Oh, and then it's 8 weeks. The 3 classes meet for 8 weeks. Eight sections curriculum. I don't know what the curriculum is from.
It was
Don't reference.
based on my reading of the application. The Control the Fire was created by Bernice Allen from the organization. And I think what Chris had alluded to is it says it's based on cognitive behavioral therapy techniques, but I mean, I'm not clear on that being an evidence-based workbook and actual curriculum. That
I'm-
I guess that's, I I don't know. I mean, I hate to get in the weeds on that, but
Well, I think it's important when you consider the type of program, the service delivery, but also I noticed on their board layout, she has her employment on there and it also says training manager. But what I don't know is that her actual professional or is she referencing herself as training manager for this organization, but also BPR for her employment? So that's kind of a little ambiguous in that regard because does she have a credential, to create curriculum and is it evidence-based, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. So I noticed that. Skill
That's
building.
one of the questions that should be asked for some of these programs, these credentials.
The basis of them or the credentialing groups or agencies when it's not evidence.
because there are a lot of validated anger management curriculum out there. I mean,
Yeah. And I think, go ahead.
Well, I don't mean, of course, there are a lot of kids that need, direct counseling and things like that. But this kind of felt like a duplication of services, but in a way where like I said, there's no evidence-based practice because there are a number of therapists that see kids in schools, and like they even said that they get referrals from social workers, or that they're hoping to get referrals from social workers, but those social workers usually refer out to other counseling agencies to have these kids. So it seems kind of redundant to me from what I know of the school programs and the counseling that's offered to them. So I don't know how to deal with that, I guess.
I think one key point to what you're saying, Chris, is that they were previously in Gaston County. And I mean, there's a different dynamic there. So they were likely, had a collaborative group there working with them, part of that community, embedded in that community. So they experienced some success and were likely getting referrals. I mean, and then Leon County, a completely different dynamic. And what you expressed is what I'm familiar with as well, because when I saw that, they're speaking in future tense, but the social work system, I mean, prior life,
Right.
and social services, I just recall all of that is interconnected. So those referrals tend to circulate within an established.
I can't see them getting referrals over an LCSW that has the actual training to provide CBT and anger management services that's they're trained to do that versus an agency that may not have those credentials to do so.
Right.
And I mean, but even in Gadsden County, there are a number of counselors out there that provide that. And so, I mean, I guess if they're just doing mentoring, that's something different. I don't, you don't necessarily, if they're doing flat out mentoring, that's something. But when they throw in that CBT and the evidence-based practice and all that, that's where the mentoring thing gets fuzzy for me. And you need to have somebody that's trained to do those things.
Absolutely cause more harm than good otherwise.
They mentioned being I think they said an approved provider for adults who have to do court-ordered anger management, and this is the program they use. And I don't know if this is an attempt to then expand it to children or youth. I'm not clear on that, but they did say that. Because
I was referring to earlier that there was some conversation about obtaining referrals through a program or
but that's adults who are court ordered into an anger management program, and I believe they are they said they're an approved provider for that.
Yeah, and as I understand that's a course that you sit through, and then you follow a booklet, and then you sign off on a sheet of paper that the person then takes back to the court. So anybody can kind of do that. So
Chris, you sound offended.
This is my field.
I'm only messing with you. I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Chris, completely. It makes me real nervous if you start throwing around you're doing CBT with people. I mean, that you really need to be trained to do that.
You're right.
So you saying there was a comment made about, what was that acronym that you just used?
CPT.
And what is that?
Application.
Cognitive behavioral therapy.
They actually said that they do that?
They didn't use that terminology.
Okay, that's what I was.
Says the model the program uses cognitive behavioral therapy techniques that have been found to be effective, timely,
Okay.
and so they use that
That's
actual.
what that is.
Okay, okay. So where did I put that at? Okay, so, yeah, Chris, give me, that, so cognitive, what section of the application is that in?
It's 1.5. I'm looking at question number. Let me scroll back down. Question number 9. The research-based or best practices.
Okay. Now they do, if you go to 8, she talks about how in item 8, right above 9, they talk about how the curriculum was designed, and it does say that she is a training and research manager of a local state agency.
So that was the BPR reference that I was talking
Yeah,
about.
so, and then she's saying she has 20 years of curriculum design and program facilitators met with a social worker at Shanks Middle School to adapt the program, and the curriculum has been reviewed by a licensed psychologist. I'm just giving you what is stated in the application.
Which is all. That's all. And I think that's fine. But who's the facilitator?
The delivery of service, yeah.
Yeah.
It can be anybody can pick up a book, and I'm sure it's designed well.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
That's not the question isn't whether the program is designed well. It's if who's
Okay.
the facilitator and if they're going to
I think that's part of what they're asking funding for.
to hire a trained facilitator.
For $3,000?
That wasn't enough money.
Yes.
I don't know who's.
That's why I asked the question. I don't know if you all remember that.
I remember the car.
Okay.
Because you was like, so that's not a lot of money.
For,
I
yeah.
was like, who's working for peanuts? And that's when she went into giving people gas money to do things. And I was like, I know how much my degree costs, so I'm gonna need more than some gas money.
Right.
Just saying. Not to be disrespectful, but it was interesting because I was trying to figure out the rationale for the numbers because it seemed very low.
And it was developed. It was $20.14. That's what you saw.
At least now we understand the basis of the statements, but to Chris's point, the actual service delivery,
Okay, well, let's go back into the program and look at what documentation of need, target population, those basics. Oh, well, we're in description, so let's stay in description since we're here. The description of the program. Oh, yeah, I guess I just read it, didn't I?
You did.
The goals, objectives, resources. Okay. So the other one, do you feel like they explained the Geeks and Grants program? That's a generational mentorship type of program.
Mm-hmm.
Local senior center. What's the
That sounded really cool.
Yeah, and that won't happen now though. Not with COVID.
Hold on. Especially with some singing. You kidding me?
That won't happen forever.
I'm holed up in my house.
Um, yeah.
It's unfortunate because it sounded like a good idea, but it's not fully developed. It didn't appear to be rather.
I like the anger management program for teens because really teens really need that. And I think if youth work develop, if they can really develop that and make it, just make it a good project, it would definitely benefit the teens. A lot of teens have anger. I don't understand. They're really angry these days.
Yeah. That is anger's all over the place these days. I'm telling you, that anger issue is out here.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
You see it all the time.
Yes, you do. And but I guess with my experience, with teens, and sometimes just wonder why are you so angry, and I think some interaction I had with one. She said, "Well, and it's the high pitch, when they're talking to you and all." And so, well, just calm down. Just use an expression without going to high range. So this will be good.
But even in like what Chris was talking about, the method, you can flip a book open all day. Take very specific techniques and get into the root.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother other right there. So
it's here. Well, Chris is alluding to too, and that's what we know in social work, is that sometimes when we unveil the anger, what's behind there, like child sex abuse, it can, you got to be ready and know how to handle that. That is
trauma.
the trauma, because there's always the behavior is just symptoms, but what's down underneath is what surface. So that's the thing about working with children and youth. You've got to know how to immediately pivot to work with them on if they do reveal it. Just the way you respond, your physical mannerisms, your expressions can be deadly on a child if you don't know what you're doing. Yeah, and that's what he's talking about.
Right. So as a mentorship program, I think that's a good idea. But if they're talking about breaking down these anger issues and things like that, you have to have somebody that's ready to to get into what what these core issues are in a safe and healthy manner. And if just a good-willed person down just necessarily going to you can do more harm than good. So
I mean, so many examples. We can't tell you. I mean, I know we're not on that, but Chris and I go into our therapy right now.
Yeah.
Like one young lady I worked with, she went to a minister and told her about incest by her stepfather, and he told her to stop wearing shorts around her stepfather or stop wearing dresses around her stepfather. Basically, it was her fault. And so, of course, the abuse kept on going. If you don't know what you're doing, and of course, the message that you gave this young girl was horrific. And I was working with her as an adult, and she in that trauma. Okay, still on the surface, what happened, and just going to the person with good intentions, but absolutely no understanding of child sexual abuse, doesn't understand the risk factors, doesn't understand the fact you never blame the victim for their abuse. It's never their fault. And you never tell the victim that there's something wrong with them. There's nothing wrong with you. There was something wrong done to you. That's the therapeutic knowledge you have to have. And then you got to have the patience and understanding to go and keep on going. And to know when to refer the person for serious intensive care. I mean, suicidal risk factors, all kinds of things. And with
Think about that harm that he did, though, in those good intentions. Here she is as an adult, still struggling. So, as adults, we all probably could think of traumatic events, but you think about a child, going through a well-meaning situation, and it could end up really causing them some long-term injury. I would not even want that on my conscience.
Yeah, I've sat through sessions with clients that, I guess what guided them towards me was that they went through some, mentorship program, and it messed them up further than what and so, we sit down with clients all the time like that, or, nothing about, we don't need to get into religion or anything like that, but they've gone to a church and, and then, they end up in, a chair across from me with some, some serious issues as a result. So
We gotta get off.
Okay, let's move on.
According to my calendar, I've got till 2:00. That's what the notice said, and so I have.
It does not. No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Look at it. I'm looking at it. It does not say that. It says 1 to 5.
Oh well, okay.
I'm looking right
Maybe
at
I
it.
was hoping for 2:00, so let's move.
Okay, but we'll move. But I'm just the notice did not say that. Okay.
9 to 5.
Mine it said 9 to 2.
Yeah, your self-created.
When did I recreate
Your self-created one. But let's go ahead. We talked about the I don't know if we got let's go into the what's the other part? We got it. I guess they did provide a general description. They did describe the program component.
Describe it.
Oh man. And the last thing here is really looking at go ahead and go into the outcomes, okay? Let's go into the outcome, and that's Form 2, section. Well, then let's see, I don't think they'll have any outcomes.
They're not going to have outcomes.
So we'll go, they did provide something in there, but let's go to the measurement framework. That's what they're projecting to do. And moving on.
Yeah, I remember thinking this is very generic.
They indicate.
But it's a basic framework, so they wouldn't have outcomes.
Yeah. Okay.
We participate based on outcomes. 20 youth ages 13 to 18 will participate in the fire anger management program for teens, targeting 1 class middle, 1 class high school, 8 weeks. And youth will gain knowledge and skills in managing negative anger and other emotions through this group-based program.
They're not bad for a beginning.
No, not at all. That's why I said they just need some help. I think if they could
some help,
follow through with what they've started.
I think you already said seek assistance if they want to
get a total framework.
Okay, so we'll move off of that and go right into just CHSP requests. The auditor made a comment about them seeking assistance from when completing the application in general. I guess what
would they be able to do with $3,500? That's what we need to decide.
Yeah. Now we don't have to decide. You do that when you do the funding recommendation.
Well, I'm just saying for talking purposes,
Not worth it right now. Because you got to talk it anyway. That would be redundant. I'm just going to say, I'll just put a general statement. It's unclear how the agency will implement a program with such a limited budget.
Okay, that's exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was writing that. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right.
I'm trying to move us.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, but that's what I wanted you to say.
Oh, okay. See, I was thinking like, so we'll put that. Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
I was thinking that's what you were saying.
Exactly.
So now we'll go right on to, let's go ahead and switch our hats and we'll go to, what's that next program we're looking at? Pace Center for Girls, okay? So go ahead and open up that application for Pace Center for Girls. Team 10, and we'll go to Pace Center for Girls. Oh, no, that'd be Team 9. Pace Center for Girls, okay. So, Miss Rosemary has last year's award letter, so we'll look at that. We'll let her give us the key points that might be applicable to this year's award letter.
Okay, so they're all very positive.
Okay.
Appreciated it. Let me find ones that are applicable to our modified structure this year.
Okay.
It is encouraging that the statewide organization is seriously considering the CRT recommendation regarding racially diversifying its board. So they mentioned that again, that the statewide organization is taking our comments seriously since the local advisory board is good.
Yeah.
I guess it's kind of like the Board of Trustees at FSU and TCC, right?
Yeah.
They have 4 African Americans, 11 whites on the statewide board of directors and 1 Hispanic. And we can continue efforts
To diversify.
You know, and I guess that should be an offline conversation, but why is it that a lot of the bigger programs that serve children of color have such low racial diversity on their boards of directors? I know that's a philosophical. So
You mean like larger ones, like PACE, like statewide ones?
I don't want to, I can't say an agency name in Rosemary.
I know.
I'm just talking in general for some of the patterns I see. I'm talking about general patterns. I can't talk about an agency like that. But I just wondered, like we've been seeing a pattern of that on the team, and I just wonder why.
It hadn't just started, Pat.
I know, and I guess I'm naive.
You see me looking at you, Miss
You
Pat?
definitely have that offline conversation.
Do you see me looking at you?
Yes.
All right.
Rosemary, I see you looking at me. Okay.
I mean, I know the answer. I'm just not going to talk about it on this.
Okay. I'll have to call you. Hear what your thoughts are. Continue.
Socially distanced.
Yeah. So was that the only thing on the award letter?
Continue efforts to issue diversity for excellent.
Very positive.
Diversity on the.
Everything's very positive.
Okay. On the local advisory board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we want to commend them for their diversity. On the advisory board. Any other comment that you think is applicable for this year?
In terms of overall?
Yeah, overall at this point, because we're still here, unless you want to move to program.
I do appreciate this comment from last year, which I think still applies, incorporating a trauma-informed approach is an effective intervention strategy. I think that's so incredibly important with the population they're serving.
Yeah.
And not only that they extend that to their environment, because they gave a fantastic example of a local incident where they saw a couple of their girls, but how they took a approach to reaching out to those in proximity who weren't even necessarily tied to their program. That was outstanding. So that ties in with testimony too.
Okay.
I think that it's commendable. Well, I guess this may be similar, but it's commendable that even though they're a part of a larger organization, they take the time to cater to the needs of their local group. You know, they're not using a cookie cutter approach. Go ahead, wordsmith.
Yeah, 'cause that happens a lot where you see a statewide organization, the local one just does whatever the state one tells them, and it is really impressive if they don't do that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay. And anything else, or we can go right to the program. And you may come up with them, so it doesn't matter if we go into different order. So you want to go into the program, or is there any other general comments you want to make? Okay.
I think, well, I'm good on the general. So I know we have 2 programs. So do we do them separately, or do we just make general comments?
You can make comments about. We'll have to do them separate to that degree when we look at programs. You know, because I think they're separate sections. Do they have different sections? Yeah. And it doesn't have to be extensive. Because these are really, I would call them more program components of the PACE School for Girls. These are just components of their service delivery system, right? So if you want to look.
I'm glad you said that, because that's the way I looked at it. And that was a sticking point. Yeah.
These are, I would, so if you want to look at it as collective, because let's see how much funding they're asking for. Let me see if I make sure I'm in the right program.
So separate.
Okay. Well, it's a substantial separate amount of money, so you do have to kind of look at the program separately, because they are asking for, about almost, almost equally divided into funding. So let's look quickly at Spirited Girls. We'll go to Spirited Girls first, look at the basic components. I think when it comes to need for the program, need for the services, the need statement is going to be the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
So when we do the need statement, we can just make one need statement, documentation of need just for.
Demonstrated that through tons of information.
Yes.
So we can go ahead and say clearly provided extensive information.
They drill down to, local statistics, demographics, and they provide data.
And I get and we can also, since that's all inclusive, they provided and they clearly documented the target population based on what you're saying, right?
Yeah, it is.
So, because it is going to be the same girls. So those are things we don't have to look at per program. So let's just look at description of each program. So we have two. We have to look at the description of the program, the outcomes, and the budget request. That's it for each program. Okay. So the first one we'll do is Spirited Girls, and we'll look at the description of the program, and that is section 1.5. Okay. So they have good goals and objectives.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The program was fully described. It was very clear what they do.
Yeah.
So go ahead and go to the outcomes while I'm writing.
And I love Chris probably loves that they talk about the fact that it is led by a state certified teacher, not just a local volunteer, right?
Yeah, it's a school base, so you're gonna have that.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, I knew
mandatory.
that. I was being facetious.
No, I knew. Sometimes, social work profession is underrated.
Well, now you know,
Sometimes
done
it's
some
always
social work, but
underrated.
I never went for licensing. I turned in a different direction, and here I am today. But I've always had a heart for.
But people don't realize the training and the specialization is very, very much important. So let's look at we're looking at their outcomes.
Excellent.
Yeah. Come on, let's be real. Kelly Otter wouldn't have it any other way, y'all. She's a.
So I mean, and I think that, what did they say? How do they measure this? By pre and post tests? How do they measure these is what the only thing.
They use validated scales and testing. I mean, the MSPSS and the general self-efficacy scale. I mean, those are well-known, research-backed. I'm at a loss for words, but you guys know what I mean. Yeah, they're not just like making up random pre and post tests. I mean, they're using
Methodologies, yeah.
good methodologies.
The other thing I'm going to tell you, out of fairness, the long term is not measurable because increased
ask about this.
academic performance, that's not a measurable. The other two are more your pre-post kind of tests, but academic performance is academic performance. It has to have academic measurements.
Yeah. And then they're talking about recidivism on that last one being automatically tracked by juvenile justice.
So maybe maybe a suggestion of instead of the vague increase academic functioning. I mean,
You just have to say, what is that? What is academic performance?
yeah.
Let's clarify how that academic performance would be measured long term, perhaps. Because I mean, they just put report cards and credit.
So this is fine. Long-term outcome is not measurable. Define academic functioning. So let's go now to the transition program. Okay. Oh, we forgot. I'm sorry. We'll have to go back. I forgot. I forgot to tell you guys to look at the funding request. Oh, well, that's okay. We'll do it next. But we're already in this program, so we'll look at the funding request separate. So transition program. We're going to go into we already did documentation needs. So the only thing we need to do is look at program description and outcomes, right? Yeah. Correct. Description and outcomes. That's it for transition. So transition.
Continuing support.
Okay, good. Goals and objectives.
Very specific.
So that it's clearly described as well.
It is. Great detail. Look at these outcomes again.
Okay. Now we're going to outcomes.
Nice. Oh yeah, I remember.
1.6. 1.6. Section 1.6.
I remember making a note about they had outstanding academic gains. I remember that. That's program. Was it this one or the other one? Both of them have.
Okay. Yeah, those are good. Good.
Wow.
Okay. So while we're in that section, you might as well go ahead and go to 1.1 and look at the funding requests. So that's section 1.1 funding requests. So we'll go ahead and do that. Transition.
It was for salary and benefits. Yeah. At the rate of 0.57. What is that?
Still need to give a breakdown. Need to.
Look at the budget. Yeah. 57.
Okay. They didn't, she didn't ask for an increase. So this is the transition intake counselor. So did anybody go back and look at that in the salary? What's the name of that position again? What is that position?
The position is trans, and it's at the rate of 0.57.
Transition
0.57.
intake counselor. So that's for 39, that person earns $39,000. So let's see something. Earn 39,000. Transition. Okay. Okay. All right.
So the salary and the benefits as well include the taxes.
Okay. So let's go ahead and go into Spirited Girls funding requests and salary and benefits of Spirited Girls, teacher.
They included it, the number there.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. And what position is that? Spirited Girls teacher?
Teacher.
Did they ask for additional money? Because I see for that position, is that additional money? Because I see it's explained in one, they answered the question one.
They were asking to move some money over to another program. Let me go back to my read.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a nominal, it's like about a $1,200 increase, maybe. I'm not good at math. But it said because we're no longer receiving United Way funding for this program, they're closing their outreach program and trying to shift funding to keep Spirited Girls fully funded, basically.
So they're moving. They're requesting that previous allotment be moved over to the.
Okay, they're shifting between the two programs.
Right.
I have to look at my budget and see what that total was, but we'll see it when we get to that point. Okay, so this is a Spirited Girls position, Spirited Girls teacher.
Teacher.
And then if we go into, let's see what the salary, that position in the
Salary plus taxes and insurances and
so
such.
that's Spirit. Wait a minute, did I look at the wrong program before? Wait a minute. Okay. Well, the trend. Wait a minute. Okay.
Slight
Okay,
increase in Spirited Girls from the previous allocation.
hold on a second. Need to get clarification here. There are two different programs, right? The program one is because if look at the salary information worksheet, there's no salary in the program transition. There's a program transition program, but there are no staff allocated to that program. Is everybody looking at look at salary information worksheet and And if you go to the programmatic, so it shows the programs that they're coming to CHSP for. In the program transition program, there is no staff person
Yeah, they left
listed.
it 0.
It's 0.
That's, I mean, I know we can't assume it, maybe an error, but yeah, I see it. I mean, it's in the proposed fiscal year budget. It's just not been transferred over under the program.
So is there, okay, what is the name of that position title again for I think we did spirited girls. Okay, you know what? Wait a minute, let's
Teacher, and one was a transition intake.
okay, we got to go for clarification. Let's go back to the application, the programs, and get this straight, okay? Because I'm confused right now.
They put in the budget for the salaries, they put this under column A, Spirited Girls. It lists the transition salary and the Spirited Girls salary. And then column B, proposed fiscal year budget under program transition.
Okay.
There are no salaries listed.
Okay, hold that thought, and we're gonna actually do some homework in the application. So let's look at Spirited Girls, right? And you can guys write that down. So you need to follow this yourself so we can clarify this. So Spirited Girls, for Spirited Girls, they're asking for a Spirited Girl teacher, okay? That's the title of the position.
Was it at the full FTE? Let me look at that chart.
It said 81% in the justification part. 86%, I'm sorry, of salary and benefits.
Right now, I want us to focus on the titles of the position so we're not scattered. So right now, let's just stay with let's just go ahead and just focus on one thing right now. Yeah, we understand that they're asking for partial salary for those both positions. We already understand that. So Spirited Girls is asking for a Spirited Girls teacher, okay? And then transition is asking for a transition intake counselor. So write it down so we all keeping up with the same information. So they're asking for a transition intake counselor. Okay. So now let's go back and look at the salary information worksheet and the budget so we can clearly understand what they're requesting. So, okay. So so the transition intake counselor is there. So we see that the transition has an intake counselor. And then the Spirited Girls, is there a Spirited Girls teacher listed here?
Yes.
There the position is, okay. Oh, I see, it's in the same, so you see what happened? On the salary, they got both positions in the same column. That's what happened. Okay, just a little typo error. Just wanted to be clear about what they're asking.
Just wrong location.
Yeah, that's what happened. Okay, now we got clarification. Okay, so we just say they did provide a breakdown of salary and for Spirited Girls. Just say that the salary information. Okay. All right, you ready for something? We didn't do COVID, so let's do that. That should be rather quick. It is a school, so they're dealing with the same thing all the rest of the schools had to do. So any comments about they're pivoting in reference to the COVID-19 virus.
Yes.
Okay. Just
So
saving.
they took the entire school virtually on March 18th. So is to be commended while still being able to have interactions weekly with the girls. And they also introduced different group sessions and pivoted well, still meet the program deliverables.
They also indicated that they anticipate having 6 to 7 graduates during the summer.
Outstanding. They actually increased their interaction from what she said. That's awesome.
School versus 15 interactions per week. And then she mentioned laptops, 40 laptops.
Yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
They're looking at purchasing new computers.
Mm-hmm.
And this is significant, you know. They say they have 5 months operating funds in reserve.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Summarize. Ready? Let's summarize it, and then we can do the last one that you have and move on. Move on. So continue efforts to racially diversify the state board of directors, excellent diversity on the advisory board, incorporating trauma-informed approaches and effective intervention strategy. Agency provided an outstanding example how they are working with their students now to address traumatic situations. Commendable how the agency appears to tailor its services to the needs of the local population. Documentation of need provided extensive information documenting the need for the program as well as the target population. Spirited Girls, both programs, good goals and objectives. Clearly documented, let's see, the great description, clearly described, detailed the description of the program. As for Spirited Girls, good results reported for short-term and intermediate outcome findings. However, the long-term outcome is not measurable. Transition, good goals and objectives, clearly describe the program, and they provided meaningful and measurable outcomes. Impact, entire school, transition, we just said that, so I won't regurgitate that. But you also said that transition, they need to add a comprehensive breakdown of the cost category. Spirited Girls, they did provide that breakdown. Salary information worksheet was incorrect. Last one, Mikisuki. Okay, Mikisuki Youth, that's the last one on your agenda. So everyone can pull that application up. Okay. Okay. Miss Rosemary, we're ready for you again.
Okay. All right. So several, mostly positive, but this program provides an unduplicated service to children and youth from rural communities.
Do you guys, that's a true statement. That's number one?
I mean, I think it is.
I mean, the number on
That
that.
is the number one comment, yes.
Oh. What?
Okay.
Learning about the program from the perspectives of the teachers, students, or parents would make the presentation more engaging and compelling.
I would work, we didn't have a presentation.
Yeah, okay. All right, second, your concern. It is concerning that the agency is almost solely reliant on CHSP funding. Recommend the
Okay, go ahead. Is that still true? Section 6?
Yes.
Yes.
And that is number 3?
That's number 6 on the.
On the list. I'm skipping the ones that aren't really.
Okay, I just want to know when I go back and write.
Gotcha. Okay. And then it just goes on to say, recommend the agency director and board members obtain technical assistance in developing a strategic plan, except resource development plan, strengthening those capacities.
Do you think that's still true? Still a need?
What's that?
Yes.
Strategic plan. I want to, I'm stopping you a little bit, Rose, Mary, because I want to know if they want to add that.
Yeah, I got you.
This one.
Yes.
So what number is that?
That's still number 6. It's like a whole paragraph.
Oh, okay.
You could probably just copy and paste that one.
Yeah, but
I
will.
Yeah, put that same thing in there.
Okay, will do.
All of it.
All of it.
All of it.
Okay.
The 7th item is excellent collaborative partnerships with local schools and other community stakeholders. This part, I think the CRT also encourages the agency to collaborate with local colleges and universities to secure interns majoring in education.
So that's still true? That's still you still have that, you feel like that recommendation should be carried over?
Yes, because I think the response was it wasn't in place yet. And I may have asked that question. And then the response was that it wasn't in place yet.
Okay. All right.
And the last one, which is number 8, the program's long-term outcome finding, reporting that 97% of the students met promotion criteria is impressive. Explore the feasibility of adding another long-term outcome regarding graduation from high school or post-graduation.
Okay, so we'll look at that when we do outcomes to see if they actually did that. So the strategic plan has. All right, so let's go ahead and any other comments that do you guys have some additional comments regarding the overall agency? I guess we do need to look at the board of directors, just like we've done with every other agency.
Yeah.
Look at its look at the board as far as race as well as competency.
Some of the board members have been on it for a while.
Carl was waiting on that one.
I was too.
Me too. Me too.
I don't know how to, I mean, obviously we can't we're trying not to run the agency. But yes, there you go. Yes. Rotation, that's good.
So that's actually a common recommended practice for good solid agency. I agree with it. After being on, and I was on a committee for a long time, and I think that was the wrong thing to do. I put myself off that committee because I don't think that's a good thing to say.
And perhaps they should consider transitioning them to an advisory as they groom new board members and recruit.
That's a good idea.
Talent.
Yeah, I mean, you can create emeritus board members who are
transition them to an advisory capacity as they groom fresh talent.
And maybe diversifying the expertise of those on the board would be helpful in that capacity building.
So they'll still retain those relationships, but they won't, be in a rulership.
You can make emeritus members not voting.
And when I see this type of composition for this period of time, it's best to have a nice smooth transition.
Okay. And you also said look at the skill sets too. Diversification.
Shantina, feel free to weigh in on diversifying skill sets.
And they even admitted that student services of a grant writer.
So do you think that they need help in writing that grant based on what you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Um,
Oh, we're still in overall, okay. I think they're gonna need more than grant writing. I think they're also gonna need some assistance in transitioning to the new virtual environment.
Yeah.
okay.
They're very slow to adapt to
Yeah.
the current
Okay,
situation.
let's go to that part since you're already there. It appears. Boy, does it tell. I tell you a lot of things coming from this situation. Any employees that can't pivot, they're in trouble. Any systems that can't pivot are in trouble.
Yep. It's revealing some weaknesses, but it is also an opportunity.
Hmm.
Opportunity.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. Anything else about what are they doing? Is the program shut down now or what's happening?
I
Did they
asked that
say?
question, and she said they haven't had any classes since March 18th, and they aren't doing anything for the summer. I mean, they're not engaged in anything with the children for the summer. And fall
She said
semester,
they'll start Zooming the phone.
yes, online Zooming
What you mean, Zoom? Oh, okay. Stop providing services since
for fall.
March
Zoom.
and canceled the summer.
And she may have said they may from time to time call the.
I remember the calls were frequent. That was my concern. Engagement.
This is what she also said too. She said they sent emails to parents and I guess let them know that they'll be available if the children need assistance. And she said 2 people responded.
Yeah, but that was at the beginning. That was months ago. I remember that because that's why I followed up with what are some things you're doing in the meantime to connectedness so that when you work on getting back into school, you'll still have these people.
Okay.
I get the impression that they're relying on existing relationships because it is a close community. Because I even remember saying, well, their parents are going to make them ... But what are some proactive approaches, beyond just relying on those relationships? And that's what we're not saying, really.
Yeah, I think my hope would have been that they were reaching out more proactively over the summer to keep in contact via phone or whatever, means necessary. Because, obviously we're still in an unknown situation somewhat for the fall, and how is that going to play out as far as keeping these kids engaged in this new environment we're in?
Because the concern is that these children, they take on a new life of their own, if you will. I mean, they different schedules, and also that's why you have to really keep in touch with them.
Right.
And have some engaging activities.
I mean, I
They're
think
on schedule now.
there are some opportunities that has low technical skills. I mean, you have free conference calls. You have, social media platforms that are free. So I just think that's why I think they need to be plugged in. Maybe that's that collaboration, some collaborative relationships to help them with the technology piece. I don't call the youth age, but that could even be an opportunity to engage the youth and say, hey, help us, work with your program, help us to do, just be creative, create some collaborating, some
Right.
collaborative relationships that'll help them plug into this virtual environment.
Yeah.
landscape. Go ahead, Chris.
This is all sums it up, really. There's no defined period of time how long this is going to last. So it's a little surprising to me that they don't have any contingency plans for to technology to provide for these kids. I mean, even if they would have asked for tablets or something for the kids, I think that would have been a good idea. But or funding for tablets.
Nope. They just asked for stipends for their board members.
Yeah. So I think that this is
Problematic.
they were not prepared at all for COVID-19, and I don't think that it doesn't appear that they're going to be able to prepare for it.
Yeah, I found it interesting during the presentation that none of the board members that were on had anything to add. That was a little concerning.
Yes, it seemed as if the board hadn't even met to discuss what to do in this pandemic situation, because there was no insight or to be provided about a protocol to take.
It's still operating like it's a new agency, a new group.
Well, I found it problematic that this number was plugged in saying staff and board development and recruitment. And then it's like, oh, we thought it'd be nice to give our board members a stipend. But it says here, recruit and train 2 new board members. That's not a best practice. It's not illegal, but it's certainly questionable.
Mm-hmm. Especially for the amount of money that they ask. Well, I guess we won't be paying that though.
I mean, this is taxpayer money, so paying board member stipends with taxpayer dollars is definitely far from best practice.
Oh yeah,
I say considering that
Leading.
this is essentially the only funding they get.
Right. That's very. But I also found it misleading to put that under staff, board development, and recruitment, because that stipends are not.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't, and is that question? I don't think the question was expected, but yeah, I was like, no. So it almost sounds as if like maybe they're trying to figure out ways to give some incentives, but
I clearly think that's where she was coming from. They're trying to keep things afloat and keep people interested.
yeah, that ain't it. That's not where it's at.
Getting more people to help out. I think that's what she was trying to do.
Yeah, problematic. And they asked for an increase due to contact hours, but they're not even maintaining basic contact right now.
I think they have good hearts, wanting to help students, but they just need more guidance and how to do it.
This isn't a new agency.
If you're going to operate as a bona fide agency, you need to understand all the particulars, everything that goes into that process.
This is not a new agency.
I said they're operating like one.
Oh. Yeah.
That's my concern. They're operating like one still.
Yeah. They are dependent. I mean, the bulk of what they're requesting are actually professional fees.
You know what, I just realized I've been on a mute for a while.
Were you speaking?
Yeah, I was trying to. I want to get us back to the application. as far as going into the application and looking at the documentation of need, target population, did they give you
Man,
the data for that, that documents the need for the program, current data, local data, that kind of stuff, so we can, and then you can talk, and then we can go back into the overall concerns that you have. She was talking about the students.
It seems that they're proposing to work with 50 students, K through 12. A lot of schools, Roberts, Chairs, W.T. Moore, elementary, middle school,
documented need.
House Leon.
The needs well documented,
Okay.
supported by local statistics.
All right. Did they clearly describe the program services? So we'll go to 1.5 of the application.
Okay.
They propose to offer these services 12 hours per week. 12 hours. Proposes.
Outline the program very clearly. Okay.
Just, I think to describe the program, but it would have been good to have what days of the week, how long, how many kids serve at one time, and
Number of
who's doing,
hours.
who's doing the tutoring, for example. I guess there are a couple of details that would have made it more clear. Because you want to know intensity of services. They say it's 12 hours a week. They're proposing to offer these services 12 hours per week. That's about, I guess that's 2 hours, a couple of hours after school every day. Okay, what comments you want me to make about the program description?
They need to fully describe the program. All those things that you just mentioned, all of that should be, all the essential ingredients you just mentioned. We need a total picture. Who, what, when, where, why.
They provided a sweeping view, but additional details would have been helpful.
Okay, next is outcomes. And that is section 1.6. Let's see what their outcomes are.
Okay. Okay. Well, I tell you what, it helps to use DOE materials, doesn't it? Kind of helps take that guesswork out.
Yeah, actually, they're all measurable.
Yeah.
Excellent. Have to
Great.
give credit for the excellent,
Excellent outcome.
meaningful. Outcomes provided. All right, my dears.
Great numbers.
And last one is a funding request. The CHSP funding request 1.1.
Medical.
Executive director will provide leadership and supervision of teachers and staff. ED is always on site. No. I don't. 3 teachers at 18 hours, $18, 12. I mean, it's a breakdown, whether you agree with it or not.
Down.
They did. They actually gave a pretty detailed breakdown. I can't write anymore. I can't spell.
It's all good.
Oh, I've been writing so long. All right, y'all. That's the last one. I don't know. I guess it's a level funding request. It can't. Oh, no, there's an increase.
Increase.
It's more than doubled the previous allocation.
No fiscal explanation. Increase.
It's 50, but they're getting 2287 now. Oh, 87.
Okay. I'm gonna sum this up, and Chris, if you have something you want to add to what the team said and some of the things you said, let me know, Chris. Okay. While I summarize, and you want to comment, it is one of the few rural educational programs. You're concerned about the sustainability of the agency, the program, because it's CHSP reliant. They need to develop a strategic plan, suggest that they pursue utilization of college students. You're concerned that there appears to be not to be rotation scheduled for the board members. You want them to consider creating an advisory capacity so they can rotate veteran board members on the advisory board while adding new members to the board of directors. They need to diversify the board in reference to race and skill sets. Need to improve the quality of the grant. Consider obtaining technical assistance or a grant writer. Consider collaborating with other partners to gain assistance in transitioning services, just technical assistance, so you can learn how to actually pivot to the new times. Suggest that they solicit board members who are interested in the mission of the agency and really won't be interested, is committed to the mission of the agency. It is inappropriate to pay board member stipends in a nonprofit agency. In fact, this is illegal. Although board members participate in the CHSP grant review, they did not add any suggestions regarding how to sustain and continue the program, and that is concerning. They clearly described the target population. They clearly documented the need for the program, adequate description of the program, however, add some additional details, provided excellent, meaningful, measurable outcomes. It appears the agency does not have the capability to, in fact, they pretty much have admitted it, they don't have the capability to pivot to to provide the service in a virtual setting. They did note some of the things they've done, and they did provide a detailed fiscal breakdown. However, they did not give any fiscal explanation regarding the request for an increase in CHSP funding. That's it. So Sala sent you the form, right? You got an email from Sala?
Right.
Okay, you remember how to do this? So you will rank order the programs. So let me go here. You have what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have 9 programs on this team because PACE Center for Girls has 2 programs. And so you have to rank order programs, not agency. And basically, what program do you feel has the most important ability to address the current needs of the community. And we're really looking at projecting the next 2 years of programming. And then which program do you think would be the least effective in addressing the needs of the community, okay? Of the target population specifically. And so go ahead and take about 10 minutes to do that.
Hey, Pat, a quick question. This one will need to be turned into you all as well?
No, no.
Okay.
Remember how we do that on the spreadsheet? Solid's going to do that on the spreadsheet. So you don't turn that one in. You will turn in your assessment guides. Do you want me to send copies of this your comments to you?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Virginia or Sala, which one of you guys can help me with that?
I can do that.
Okay, I'll send it to Sala right now and she'll send that to you. I always like to say that.
Thank you.
So let me unshare so I can send that to you right now. Okay.
I have a quick question, Pat.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding the John G. Riley House, what impact did it have on our decision making in terms of the signature component? Is that even a factor that we should think about? Because you said it's mandatory, but we don't. There more research.
I would this year because all the crazy just go based on the application. There was enough issues or go based on the application itself this year. I think that's enough. We're kind of giving people a little bit of benefit of the doubt. Considering, yeah.
Did it go through?
What was that, Salo?
Can you check if it's in your outbox?
Oh, okay. It didn't come through. Let's see.
It'll take a minute because WebEx bogs everything down.
Got it. I just got it.
Yeah. Oh, you got it. Okay, great. Okay. My little bean soup is cold now.
Nuke it.
Are you done, Miss Betty?
Betty? Did you get the email? Because I got an email saying it bounced back. Remember, we've had problems with your email? It bounced back, but I just wanted to make sure you got the comment.
What did you say, Sarla?
She said that Betty's email bounced back as undeliverable.
Check the chat. I just sent you the email that I correspond with Miss Betty on.
Oh. What are y'all talking about?
Your email. I just sent her the one that you and I correspond back and forth on, so she can send you the notes from today.
Oh,
We're talking good. We're talking good.
okay. Send to my AOL. I'm still getting.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
I sent it. Thank you, Virginia.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Heat up my soup. Ah, that is terrible.
Well, that was weird. Why did I get a bounce back? That's weird. Try it again.
Shatina, you didn't get your email? It bounced back, you're saying?
No. I was
Something different.
sent
Okay.
Sarala a response
Hey,
and I got a
Sean, the
bounce back.
divine diva.
That is me.
Yeah, it seems like there's some funky stuff going on with my email too. So I don't know what's going on.
No, when I went to reply to Sarala, it had a different email or something, and it bounced back when I hit reply. So I'm guessing hers went through a system pass through, and it was
Yeah,
reading
without,
that email.
you know, these networks are so overutilized right now. It's amazing that they don't all just crash. Think about it.
Don't
Don't speak it into
listening.
existence. I know that's right. But, oh boy.
Put together my little list here. Well, my friend in Tennessee just texted me that just texted me that she tested positive for COVID-19. Wow.
Does she have any high risk factors?
No,
I hope
no, she
I hope she's
doesn't.
okay. I hope she's
Yeah,
okay.
she was feeling poorly the other day, and I had to make her test because of the environment she works in.
Oh
And I
wow.
and I was like,
Wow.
you need to go, and she just
Oh
messaged.
man. It's a good thing she went. Because you know that thing about, I mean, you don't want it, the last thing you want to do is spread it to your loved ones.
Exactly.
Plus, you need to get help yourself. Make sure you're okay.
Are we supposed to
Okay.
do more rankings? Because I printed
No.
mine out. I'm old school.
Oh, no, you don't need to. Let us know when. Have you already started, or someone emailed it to you? Sala, did someone email their rankings to you?
Yes, I did, so I.
Oh,
We were
Shantina. Okay, that's
doing.
what. Okay, cool. So when you're ready, your members are ready. She will go ahead and rate those. So I think Betty, you need a couple more minutes.
No, I can give you mine.
Oh, hold on. Is Rosemary, are you ready? Are
Yeah,
you ready?
I'm ready. I wasn't sure if we were just going to call them out or email. So yeah, I got confused. I'm ready.
You'll call them out.
Okay, I'm ready then. Yeah.
Okay, Rosemary. Okay.
Oh, am I up? Okay. All
Okay,
right.
so she's if you could just call them out in the same order of the form. So you would start with divine. What's at the top, Sala? Are we at the top? You would start at with divine revelations, and you would end with the ranking for the Center for Independent Living. Okay.
Okay.
Mary, you ready? Go ahead.
Okay. Divine Revelations 9. FSU 2. Riley 8. Miccosukee 7. Spirited Girls 3. Transition 1. Character Kids 5. TCC 6. And then High School High Tech 4.
Okay. You ready, Miss Rivers?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Divine Revelations 9. Okay. Florida State. FSU 5.
Mm-hmm.
Raleigh 7. Okay. Suki Youth 8.
It's a lot of disturbance. Was that
Oh, let me.
Miccosukee 8. Who's next? So Pace 3 and 4. Okay. Pivotal Point 2. TCC 6. And Center of Independent Living 1.
Chris, how about you give your rankings now, please?
Okay, so Divine Revelations I have at 9. Florida State I've got at 4. The Riley Center I've got at 7. Miccosukee I've got 8. Spirited Girls I've got ranked at number 2. Transition is 1. Character Kids was 5. TCC got ranked 6. And then High School High Tech 3.
Okay. You ready for mine, Sarla?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, 9, 3, 7, 8, 4, 1, 5, 6, 2.
I think that's everyone, right? We didn't
One
miss
more
anyone.
now.
Okay. My, you guys think alike. Your rankings are so similar. It's interesting. That means you won't have much of a fight. Possibly. I think so. Miss Shantina, you are such a sweetie pie. I love your personality. And so, of course, the lowest number would be your number rank program. So that's what she's doing right now. So please watch to make sure we're not making an error regarding your ranking, please.
Nope. There we go.
You got,
There's a 3 here. Sorry.
no, that's fine. Are you guys okay with the ranking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now we'll get ready for allocations in a moment. She's while she's transitioning her spreadsheet right now, Sala is. So okay. Okay, just to kind of explain it to you, as you can see, A, list the programs, B, list the rankings. I'm using the over. I'm looking at the spreadsheet columns, numbers, names instead of the in column B. It looks at the current. That is the current allocation for each of the programs. And then once you make and then column N is the agency's current request for funding. And once you put in your recommendation for each of the programs in column P, then column O will actually calculate the difference between their current allocation versus your recommendation, whether that's the same level funding, increase in funding, or decrease in funding. And with that, I'm going to sit back and let Madam Chairperson, Ms. Palmer, will take over. As far as what you normally do is start with the number 1 ranked program recommendations on downward, and that will be led and coordinated by Ms. Palmer. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Pat and Sarla. So if we started at number 1, where do you guys want to start them? What they asked for or what they received last year?
Can we get that off the page? I see page 9. Can that come off so I can see the numbers? And can I expand this page?
The watermark.
No, Miss Betty, you won't be able to expand it on your. I mean, you may be able to on your screen. Like you can make your boxes where you see our pictures. You can make that smaller. You can actually make your share screen larger. If it will help you.
West Virginia, if you scroll to the left side of your screen, you will see a very small white bar pop up. It's vertical. You can zoom in, zoom out, fit to screen, or you can annotate on there. So for those who are needing it bigger, you can make it that way. You can float your screen like Carl was talking about. It just kind of messes it up when you click back through for visual.
So awesome that you sounded like Darth Vader just then.
Okay, Junior, you're in like another world.
This is better.
I'm sorry. I had to say it. Sorry.
Okay, great. So do you all want to start the number 1? Would you like to give them what they asked for? Or would you like to, I don't know, remember if this one was asking for an increase or not, but are you comfortable giving them what they asked for?
I have a question before we start. What's the difference? And I haven't added, I haven't done a subtraction. So we have available, so for us, we have 259,000 available. Is that what it is?
Yes, and I should have explained that. So the current allocations on this team total a little over 236,000, and the new
I
allocation
can't
for the
hear
next.
you.
I'm not
Can
speaking
the
to you
others
right
hear
now.
you?
Yes, we can hear Pat okay.
Yes.
Yes. And for column B, that we actually have $259,713 available this year.
What?
Sarla? Okay, thank you, Pat. So would you all, Sarla, do you hear us? Because you're our plug. Okay, all right. So Betty, are you good?
Oh, yes, I would just want to know the available amount, and it seems if we're in good
Would
shape.
you all like to start with providing transition pay center with what they asked for? Would you like to start them somewhere else?
Has left the meeting.
I say give them what they asked for. They have outstanding outcomes. They gave a stellar presentation. They're with what we have.
I think I agree. I think I'm good with giving them what they asked for right now.
I'm good with both of them.
Looks like we've got agreement. Can you go ahead and put 27,000? Okay, she got cut off.
Okay.
Okay, so we have to wait for Sala to get back into the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so while she's getting back in, start thinking about your number 2. They did ask for a
Has joined the meeting.
Increase.
Sorry, guys,
this year.
I got cut off.
Okay, no worries. We're wanting number 1 to be 27,000.
Okay,
Thank
sorry
you
about
so
that.
much.
I don't know what happened.
Okay, we're moving to number 2. Would you guys like to fund them at where they are now, or would you like to entertain any increases?
I say where they are now. That's my thought process. They didn't really justify the increase.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Does everyone agree that we leave them where they are now?
Right now, yeah.
Understanding that things may change, but okay.
Exactly. Reserve the right to come
Alrighty,
back.
we're moving to okay, so Rosemary and Betty, y'all good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Moving to number 3. Spirited Girls, slight increase requested. You've given your you've left your number 2 where they were last year. Now you're moving to your number 3. What would you like to do with that request?
Okay, now we resolved the increase, right, for number 3, right? I mean, for spiritual girls.
We can leaving the previous at their current. I would say we start right now. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I say start them off. No increase right now. We can revisit it, I guess.
Okay.
You want them to leave them at 36,260?
For right now.
Okay, is everyone in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay, all righty. So let's move on to our number 4. They have requested an increase. Again, you have left all your others at current, your number 2 and 3. What would you like to do for this one?
And I think they wanted they requested an increase, I think, for transportation and to provide direct services.
Which will probably be put on hold for the foreseeable future. So I say leave them where they're at.
Well, since this is funding for the next 2 years, I would meet them slightly halfway and maybe agree to a slight bump, but
okay, so you're bumping your number 4, but you've not bumped your number 2 or your number 3.
I think we revisit a bump after we go throughout the rest of them. I think.
Okay, are you guys okay with 24,383 for now, and we can come back?
Yes.
Okay, is that good, Shantina?
Yeah, I'm good. I was waiting for input.
Daddy?
Oh, okay, because we got to come back.
Alrighty, number 5. Thank you for moving us along, Lara. All right, here we go again. Here's another request for an increase. They're at 46,653. This is your number 5 team. Are you wanting to leave them at that number?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And I want us to revisit it because I support them because they want to bring on 2 more schools, Griffin and
We will. Yes, we're going to revisit all of them likely.
All right, okay.
This is your number 5 team, and you have 110,000 looks like. Okay. Let's. We'll see. Let's go to the next one. She's there. Take Stock in Children. They are requesting the same amount. Are you wanting to fund them at the same amount?
Yes.
Everyone doesn't look sure. So we have to have one. We have to make sure that we're all in agreement.
Yeah.
So some people aren't necessarily in agreement, it looks like. I don't think I'm in agreement with that base.
Think about the children. Think about the children.
Oh, yeah, I'm thinking about them.
I am thinking about the children.
Children, all 9 of these programs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let me say, I think we're for all of us are for the children and for these
All
programs.
children matter, okay?
Exactly. However, when I look at this and years past will demonstrate this same behavior in me, I do also consider not just what they've justified, but also their ability to remain solvent and their access to resources. So, when it comes back to us weighing it out, I'm looking at, well, you know what? Both of these are awesome programs, but who is likely to suffer more with less of our dollars? So I'm not going to front. Right now, I feel like they have more resources than some of these others, and I believe we'll be revisiting.
I agree with that.
So what number would you like to put,
Put 10
recommend?
for now. I'll agree to 10 for now, and if that goes up, great.
Okay, hold on. Before you put 10, does everyone agree with that?
I'm okay with 10.
I'm just
Safe.
throwing it out there.
Good with 10.
I'm comfortable with
Eddie
that.
and Chris?
Well, I'm lukewarm because it's not it's really a small amount.
Is there another number you'd like to recommend?
Let's go with 13.
Okay, you guys good with 13? I'm good with 12.5.
I'll take 12.5.
12 and it's a deal.
12.2.
Shantina, we need you to come up to 500.
I will for sake of moving on.
Okay.
12.5, Miss Betty?
13? Oh, I thought
5.
I said. Okay, all right.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, number 7. So this is a $50,000 program. They're requesting a 25,000 increases. Wait. Yeah, for the next year. So
They need a decrease. It's a great program, but I don't think they've justified what they've asked for, let alone an increase.
So keep in mind that you've decreased your number 6. What was the percentage that y'all decreased that one by? So we can look at.
Let's do that math.
I tried to help y'all.
It's on the spreadsheet. Just look at the spreadsheet.
Oh, yeah, it sure is. I forgot.
Yeah, it is. We're just trying to see.
17%.
Thank you, Ms. Pat.
7%.
There's your number of decrease, percentage of decrease.
8.5. So we would take that down by 8.5 to what? 41.5.
We're gonna do 17%.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
I think they should have a larger percentage penalty since they're a lower ranked program.
I agree with that.
I would say 25% penalty on last year's allocation, which would be 37.5.
I'm not gonna agree. Not gonna agree to that. That's just harsh.
Well, just like TCT, they've got access to a lot of resources, don't they?
What about 18? What about
Correct.
20%?
They have
20% I'd agree to.
findings.
Let's try 20%, you all.
Rosemary?
Down to 40.
40.
All right, I'll.
That would be 20%, Rosemary. I mean, that would be 20%.
I'll bet you 20%.
Okay,
So 40,000.
40,000.
And you may get your 25% before it's over with. Who knows?
I'm open.
All right, we're moving to number 8. It looks like number 8 has requested an increase. We've cut your number 7 at 20%. You've heard what their plans are for the current normal and the new normal.
There aren't any. That's problematic.
So what would you like to do with this team? Or this, not team, but this organization, this program, I should say.
20,000.
That's what I want to, let's ride with 20 right now.
20,000 for right now.
So what percentage cut is that?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're at 22,087 right now.
9%.
9%.
And you've cut your number 6 to a 20%.
17.
17. Let's do 17. Let's see what 17 looks like.
All righty. Are you all comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with that for now.
All right, we'll move to number 9. Would you guys, this is a new program. They currently have no funding. They're asking for $3,351. So what I would like to say is, is $3,351, can that manage and sustain a program? I don't know. Anyways, what do y'all want to do? With your new program, Pat can give us some historical data about new programs entering. Pat?
They basically, you have the right to decide how much you give them. They don't have a right to appeal. Only the agencies that you currently fund have a right to appeal your decisions. Okay.
Okay. So what is the pleasure of the team, considering that, you fund them and now they're a new agency in the process?
I don't think they have the capacity to provide the services.
I agree with that. I can't see any capacity to provide the services that they're requesting or stating they will.
Now, if we were to
Yes, ma'am.
what they requested an agency, if we write a contract conditions such as, if you perform at this level for the first 6 months, then we'll free up the money for the next 6 months based on your capacity, your ability to run the program?
No, I cannot. Either they can perform the program now. That's your decision. Your decision is based on the here and now. Does the agency have the capacity to perform the program?
Right, okay.
That's okay.
Okay.
All right, so this is our number 9 team. We have cut our last several programs by up to 23%.
Can I make just one quick suggestion? Because I noticed that you had made a comment, and based on your own assessment, for example, you said that I heard someone say that Center for Independent Living did not state why they wanted additional money. They did. They did so because they said they had to use a fund that they don't have available now. So the whole point is that make sure when you're making decisions that if you need to reference back or if you need to assign someone to reference the application that demonstrates and documents why they're asking for increases or not.
Okay.
Make sure we're using factual information, okay?
Yes, and we're going to end up
the VR dollars that were answered in another question. That was independent.
Right. Exactly.
We are going to end up going back to that one as well. But thanks, Pat, for the clarification on that. Okay. All right, team. So what do y'all want to do with this one?
I don't think in good conscience we could award them for the reasons stated. In addition to that, the dollars that they put in there were arbitrary. I mean, the professional fees or those were not realistic figures, and she even admitted as much that they were just trying to come up with a figure. They don't have the capacity today, even though it's a great idea. I think they have a little bit more work to do.
Did she say that they were arbitrary figures? Did she really say that?
I did really say that. I'm right here. You know.
No, did the
I said,
lady, did the presenter say that?
Oh, yeah.
no, she didn't use that word. I'm saying she said when she was questioned about the figures or where the dollars came from, she was saying that she knew that they needed to come up with something. She wasn't really sure. And so, we want to give a little gas money, da, 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 da. So there was no real basis or rationale for those figures. She didn't say, well, I saw professionals that do dot, dot, dot to get this rate. So I was saying with that knowledge and the lack of capacity, how could we in good conscience direct those dollars there? That's what I was saying. No, I misunderstood. I'm like, yeah, I said that one.
No, I think Ms. was just saying that the presenter.
Thank you for translating, Cara, because I was like,
that's okay. That's all right. Okay.
Okay.
So team 9, $0. Sarla, sorry.
I think for now I can go with that.
All right, so let's see what we have.
Miss Betty, you were okay with that?
Yes, yeah, I guess so. All right, let me see.
I had $1 million.
Let me see if I can redeem myself here.
Okay.
Okay.
So what do you guys want to do? We can't give the agency more than what they asked for.
No, we can go.
So
look at what
you can't. Your number one team is pretty much set because they asked for that. You can't give them 30,000 because you have.
I'd like to fund number 2, high school high tech, at 20,000.
Appropriate.
If anyone wants to comment.
No, I don't disagree. That was I actually
high tech 20,000.
Yeah, let's see what that looks like.
With that?
Let's see what that looks like.
Is everyone in agreement with that? That still leaves you with some dollars.
Okay, can we consider adding 10,000 more to Pivotal?
Is Chris here? Because I didn't hear Chris comment.
Chris,
Yeah.
are you good with the 20,000 for your number 2?
Yes, yeah, I'm good with that. That's good.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Now you got to go visit your number 3.
Oh, okay. That's the way you order. That's where you go.
Yes, ma'am. So your number 3 Spirited Girls, they've requested 37,485. You've given your number 2 what they asked for. You've got dollars.
Yeah, I say give them what they asked for.
I agree.
Okay. This is really a good position to be in.
It is. It feels nice for now. For now.
For a change, huh?
Right. Number 4. So they've asked for 35,000. You're giving them, you're flat funding them basically. Would you like to consider giving them anything more?
I think they're well. I think they get a good bit of resources. I think they have a lot of resources.
So I have to be able to justify whatever we put on here. So I know we're wanting to give some others increases.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable with maybe 30,000, but I'll defer to you all.
I would say, given what they got last year, 30,000. I'm also okay with that. But the transportation and food thing is, at least for the fall semester, probably not going to be
Yes, and this is a 2-year funding model.
And then, so what I struggle with, I think this is going to go on a lot longer than a lot of people anticipate with this virus stuff and the pandemic. So that's just my personal thoughts.
Like 28 or somewhere between 28 and 30. I mean, I feel like they deserve an increase if they.
I think 30
with 28, and they may actually come back to Pat and want to redirect the funds based on what our new normal looks like. But
This year, I don't know if you want me to. Yeah, that's why this year they actually redirected the funds so that we could buy all of the students who needed laptops or iPads. So when they do in the history or also like student supplies, school supplies. So they can do
and
that.
that's the good thing about CHSP, the flexibility to be able to pivot as needed just based on what's happening. So I mean, I'm good with 28 for now.
How much is remaining? Trying to see is my screen.
31,000.
Okay.
All right, so let's see what the percentage. So you've given them a 15% increase. That's your number 4. If we can go to the number 5, please. What would you guys like to give number 5?
I'd like to recommend 10. The fact that they want to expand and
see what 10
and take on 2 new Title I schools. And these kids need much needed assistance in your middle school, your high school. I mean, you getting these people for life. So that's why I'm recommending 10.
Let's see what 10 does. 10,000, so 56,653.
You're saying 10% increase.
56,653, I think is what she's saying. $10,000. Let's maybe meet in the middle. What does 50,000 do?
50. I mean, I wish I had.
We're not saying that this is final.
Yeah. I was trying to see the other figures as well. I know the screen is a little tiny. I was trying to see the distribution up top as well.
So you've given your number 4 a 28% increase.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Can you go up? I think I missed a 15%. I apologize. So you can go up a little bit more if you want to.
Go up. Yeah, that was my concern, that the percentages still be equitable to a certain degree. I would not be opposed to going up a little bit more. I'm still concerned about their sustainability overall, so I don't think.
Yeah, well, somebody got them to this number, so we got to work with that, right?
I know it. And it's not a bad thing. It's a wonderful program. So they have wonderful outcomes.
Yeah, they do. They really do.
53. What does 53 do? Are you guys comfortable with 53?
I'm comfortable with 53.
Either way you swing it, you're going to have money left on the table. Yeah. They didn't ask for all of the money.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, let's do that and keep going and see where we end up.
Okay, number 7.
See where we are.
Sarla?
You want to go to 6 or 7?
Let's go to 6. I'm sorry. So number 6, you all have decreased them by 17%. They asked for 15,000.
We can put it back up where they were. I would be comfortable at this point because of how we funded the others.
Right. So would I. Yes.
With that.
Okay. Which they didn't ask for an increase anyway, so.
Right. They asked for a level anyway, but
All right, so here we go. You're back at this one. You've got money remaining. and you've got these two agencies that you have some concerns about. However, you're cutting them 20% and 23%, but you have dollars remaining.
So, can you show us how much is left, Sarla? I'm sorry.
Yeah, how much is left?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So if we put them at level, where does that leave us? Just curious.
Yeah.
If we put both of those at level.
You're still gonna have money left over anyways because
That's a nice place actually to be.
Do you
quite
want
honest.
number 8 at level 2? Did you say Mikusuki or no?
Yes, could you put it at level just so we could kind of see?
What it looks like.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
What? Sorry.
Tina, you have never had this problem before, have you?
I don't even know how to process this problem right here.
So do you think that you have, you would have sent a strong message with your comments? And not necessarily in their pockets if you were to leave it as is?
Well, I will say this, because like I said, I'm a proponent of those that have means, making sure we are able to help those with less. I did recall that some of these organizations do matching dollars. So that would be the only other consideration for me. But I think we send strong messages, but some of these that it keeps coming up and up, I don't think the message has been strong enough. I think the pockets are what send the message. Because some of,
So do we want to just, here's where you are. Are you all comfortable with these numbers?
I am.
Chris?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it. Yeah.
Because we can't give anyone more than what they asked for.
Rosemary, you're still in contemplation?
I hate leaving money on the table.
Me too.
Me too. I hate that. But I don't want to just give it
don't even-
arbitrarily for the sake of giving it either. I would,
Yeah, no, it's just tough. I mean, is there any interest in giving FSU additional dollars for their pre-collegiate division? More toward what they asked for, or pivotal.
Give them 30,000.
Off Pivotal Point.
I think that's a good idea to bump FSU up.
I would give them more than 30.
I'd like to see 30 for them, if that's acceptable to everybody.
How much is remaining
So
after
if you
that?
give FSU 30, you can give Pivotal Point more as well.
Yes.
FSU.
I'd be agreeable. That'd be a good solution to give Pivotal Point that extra, the remaining 5. I'd be agreeable to that if it looks okay.
Okay. So FSU is what?
You would pretty much give them what they asked for. All of what they asked for in their number 5 team. That's what you're doing with that.
5. And where's FSU on our ranking?
There's a little bit of.
FSU is 5.
FSU is 4.
Yeah, FSU is 4. So you're pretty much giving them everything but $300. You're giving them a 25% increase, and you're giving your number 4 team a 23% increase.
Yeah, we can't do that. That would not be right. I still don't want to give them more than 35. I'm sorry. Nowhere else?
I'm even okay with giving them 23 and 23. I just don't.
We could do 23 and 23. I hate it. Just seems.
Well, you may not have to leave any. So what does it do for 23%, Sarla?
So 23% of this
Yeah, how does that look like?
Hey,
Charlie, you could just do in the cell and do a formula.
pivotal to that.
Are we in agreement that leaving Riley and Miccosukee at their previous is strong enough of a message? Sorry, I'm not saying that right.
I don't think we've gotten around back to that yet.
Okay, just
Yeah.
check.
Okay. What? Is this? She's
It's
she's still adjusting the screen.
10,730. An increase of 10,730 is 23% for this. Is that what you wanted?
Yeah. So that would be
Try that.
57,383.
46,653 plus 10,000.
Yep. Okay. So listen,
What did I
we
miss?
got 758. We still need to go back to the last two.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the Riley and the Miccosukee, which you left them at where they were. But you had some legitimate concerns.
Yeah, I don't know if leaving them at what they are is giving a strong enough message that they got some improvements to make.
Chris, like, chop it off.
No, I mean, I think they've both been doing this long enough that they ought to be able to do better at this point, and they've been given a lot of chances to do better in this process.
This may be what it takes for Miccosukee to maybe kind of corral their supporters, because they really have had more of a slower or lax approach. Right now, I really was concerned about the level of disengagement, even though knowing that's a small community, they provide awesome service, but I mean, we could not justify increasing when they haven't demonstrated the current need. I mean, they have some wonderful outcomes, so that's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some great outcomes. So I mean, I don't want to take away from that at all.
Yeah. I think we've done a good job to try to help everybody, considering the thorough review of that application.
And Riley, I mean, geez, that's concerning. The whole application is concerning.
Oh yeah. That's why they need a strong letter.
But they've gotten strong letters. Nothing's changed.
Yeah, well, that was my point. That was my point. They're getting recurring letters. We're on like round 2 and 3
Guys,
with that. You know.
But see, I didn't comment on that. I'm commenting on it this time. So that may make a difference.
So what did you all decide on your number 7 and 8?
7.
What did you all decide on your number 7 and 8? You want to send a strong message? Did you want to cut them any?
To be honest, I don't see the need to cut Miccosukee. I think they're going to cut themselves with the way that they're running the program, sadly. Being honest, I have some concerns about their sustainability.
Okay, so you guys want to leave Miccosukee where they are? Is everyone in agreement with that? Hello?
Sometimes
I've already.
and I know we all have concerns.
One second. Wait. What was that, Betty? You and Chris were talking at the
I know
same time.
we've all articulated our concerns. And I believe this will be the second year for this program. And sometimes it takes 2 years to get things really rocking and rolling.
Well, I mean, they've been around for a while.
In a formal you know, not just doing it on their own, but a formal program, you know. So,
No, I think they've been in the CHSP process for a little bit because I remember them from
It's been at least a decade.
yeah, I remember them from a
They've been
long
here.
time ago.
Yeah,
So
they're not new.
yeah.
they're getting funding on a consistent basis, so have they?
Every single year.
Yeah, they've been funded.
Oh,
Year.
okay.
Every year.
Yeah.
I remember them when I started.
Yeah, I think.
So, let me do this, Chris. What were your thoughts?
Well, I think leaving them at last year's doesn't send a strong enough message. I just don't know what to do with the rest of that money.
Well, you don't have to spend the money just because you have it.
It would actually, any money left over would actually go into the CHSP appeals. So for agency, you know, the appeals process.
Yeah. Just because you have it doesn't mean you have to spend it. I mean, I understand we all have the same. We all have that same mindset that you never leave money on the table. I get it.
Yeah.
Trust me.
So the question is, I guess,
as well.
strong message.
Okay, so what would you like to do there? Make a recommendation.
No pressure.
What about 20?
20,
Right?
17,
Sarla, 20?
17.
Chris said 17.
Good with 20.
Chris.
You gonna do 20?
I mean, I'm good with it, but the rest of you have to be in agreement.
Yeah, I think that sends a message that they're going in the wrong direction, and maybe it'll help them correct course.
All right.
I'm okay with 20 for Mickasugi. I also think Riley needs.
Riley
We're
needs
gonna
a
go to
console.
that one next.
Definitely gonna turn them in that because
So
they know better too.
So Chris, Betty, Shantina, y'all good with 20?
We're rolling with that for now.
Good.
All right, let's go to number 7 so we can wrap this baby up.
We have to 5 o'clock.
You all have till 5 o'clock.
Kara,
Yes.
I propose we knock them down equally because we knocked Mickasuki down by 9%. Let's knock Riley
So
down.
9%, that will be equitable. 9%, what does that do?
Since we're sending messages.
You need your calculator again, Sarla.
Maybe we should have done 10%.
I was gonna say 10, but I'm like, well, we
10%.
did 9 here, so we like round numbers. Flat rate.
10% would be easy. That's $5,000.
Now that's a clear message.
Yeah, 10%.
I think
Since they asked for 75.
All right, so y'all want to do 10%?
No.
No,
No.
let's keep it there, y'all. I think that my conscience will be good.
All right, guys. So it looks like this is it. Please look at it again. Please look at all the numbers and make sure you're comfortable. These are the numbers as we have it. Are you guys comfortable with the ones that we've increased? And are you guys comfortable with the ones that we've decreased? And you see how much dollars we've left on the table.
2020 has been a year. Wow. I have to write this down.
All right, so silence means agreement. So Chris, you good?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with what it looks like.
Betty, are you good?
I believe I can. Yes, I'm fine. I'm fine, y'all.
Shantina?
I'm good.
Divine Diva, you're good?
I'm good.
Rosemary?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
And I'm good as well. Holiday, I think we're good.
Okay, so how much?
Sarah.
We spent 236,
252.
252.
Okay, so you guys are okay with the decisions that you've made? So we are fine?
Defend them.
Okay, all right, so you,
Scroll up one more time, so I can see the bottom figures. Okay,
you didn't leave a lot on the table.
I know.
That's not a lot, all things
Very little,
considered.
very little. And they were fortunate because considering the evaluation criteria that you guys did on some of these programs, had you not had enough money or the same money, that would be a different outcome.
Right.
But I think you did fine. As a system, eventually, and I know there's some leeway this year because it's a challenging year, but at some point, and I think as CHSP as a process grows over time, there are going to have to be some consequences for having constant there has to be some consequences eventually for how folks respond to the application process, the grant process, and the accountability process. Or else, my concern as a social worker is that, and it's just a fundamental belief, if you care about the people that you served and you care enough to do a good job, and what I've seen over time is the pattern is, just so you know, from educational point, as you become, hopefully continue to be review team members, is that when it's a correlation between the application and the programming. Okay, they are not independent of each other. And so you, at some point, we're going to have to make sure that folks are accountable, because one of the concerns I've had in general about social work, not just CHSP, but sometimes we think it's okay for people who are poor or less fortunate to be served by mediocre programming, and sometimes not having people who have the competencies to deliver the program. So that has to change. If we really want to help people change their conditions, then we have to be promoting and facilitating the funding of programs that have good capacity and strong capacity and ability to really do the services and make a change in people's lives, because they deserve competent services too. Poor people do as well. As just like we would look for if we put our kids in a program, we have expectations of those programs, right? The only difference is that we could pay a high dollar and get the high quality we want. Poor people can't. So it's up to you guys to make those critical decisions and really start facilitating the development of these programs and making those programs accountable to our community.
Excellent.
I was trying not to say amen the whole time you were talking.
Right, right.
Let me ask this, Pat. Is there a way that we could, that it could be, can we consider setting like a minimum amount? No program can come and request funding less than $5,000.
No, I mean, you could, but would you want to? I mean, it's a public process, and I think do we have the right to put barriers to anyone asking for funding? I don't think I would not do that. I'm not going to always be here, but from ethical practices, because maybe someone only needs a little bit to expedite a program. So I wouldn't necessarily think we need to do that. That's why you are evaluating to make a determination.
Right. Well, yes, I agree with that too.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't think as a government institution that a government can actually exclude people who are eligible to apply.
And we'll make sure that the funds are being put to good use and not empower someone who doesn't have the ability to do the program. That's really where I'm coming
Exactly.
from. Yes,
Exactly.
That's when I look at an application, and it doesn't take long, 2 minutes, pretty much. You can tell for the program has the capacity to run it.
Exactly. Right. You can. You really can.
So
But,
Pat, I think we're done here. Our next
Yes, we
step
are.
would be to get these somewhere to you all.
Yes, if you could email those to Sala, I think Sala sent you the last email, was it, or whatever, either whichever is easier. If it's Sala or Virginia, whatever email, just link it back and send it back to her electronically. Okay,
Okay.
that would be great. And I do want to thank you guys because you did a great job and very thoughtful. And I know it's not the easiest thing to do this in this virtual format, but we actually, it's been kind of amazing in a way to be, considering that every team, we had to pivot so fast and no one missed their appointments. One of the, you're always thinking about what could go wrong, but I have to say, and I like to, I have to definitely commend Anita Morrell, Sala, and Virginia. My team is amazing team to work with. They were willing to do whatever it took for us to transition, and so very grateful for working with a great staff. And also just want to say I look forward to you guys every year. You're like one of the best things about this job that I have. So I tell you that because I actually mean it. And so it's the work with such competent people and people who have such great commitment to this community. That's a blessing to me. So I appreciate you more than I can say and more than I can show.
Thank you, Pat. We appreciate you and the team
Yes.
as
Cheers,
well,
cheers,
and
cheers,
our friends
cheers.
at the county. And thank you, Nine, for a great experience. So send you the documents, and if you need anything else from us, just let us know. And I think we should be good.
And Carl, you did a great job leading the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cara. We appreciate you very much. You did a great job, Cara. As always. As always.
Great
And
team.
Shantita, thank you for being a great timekeeper.
Thank you.
Plus, she's Shauna's our cheerleader. She's got that bubbly, beautiful personality. Always gives people joy. So she's always a cheerleader.
Trying to keep my head space in the right place. That's all.
And Chris, want to thank Chris because he has impeccable clinical skills. So we were very grateful to have recruited him as a team member. He brings excellent, awesome experience, and it's wonderful to see such a male in social work. They're not enough, but yet they're very necessary. Part of regardless of what your issue are, seeing a positive male force as a part of social work practice is very important. So thank you so much, Chris. I really appreciate your fantastic clinical skills that you bring to the table.
Thank you for saying so.
Betty, everybody knows Miss Betty is the one who hired me in this job that I sit in today. So she hired me. Rosemary probably didn't know that. So she gets the credit for
a great decision. Great decision.
She definitely checked. What they say, some people check to change the projectile of your life, and Betty sure did that with me.
Yeah, I bet. For the better. Yeah.
You can blame me, any impact I've had on the community. You can you can blame Betty.
Credit to your account, Miss Betty. Credit to your account.
Great choice. It was a great choice.
And we're so delightful to have you back, Rosemary. We lost you for a little while, but real grateful because she's another, true spirited person, very committed to the community as well. And Cara and I go way back because Cara, when I first met Cara, she was working with one of the programs, and I met her. And when I saw you present, Cara, I said, "What a fine specimen of a woman." You did. It was like an outstanding presentation. I said, "Okay, she is going places," and here she is. So thanks so much, and I send blessings to you and your families as we go through this time. Your friend Shatana, we hope to pray for her welfare.
Thank you.
I call it lift each other up. That times like this, all about lifting one another up. And
That's right.
If you can't bring goodness, then bring nothing.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And so guys, take care and hope you have a wonderful, hope to see you soon and hope to give you this is my virtual hug I've given everybody. So hope
Well,
to see
we
you soon.
appreciate you. We appreciate you and all that you add to this process, the way you advocate, the things that you do. I know the same way you pour into us when you call us and recruit us. I know you do that with everyone. And I know everyone probably, mimics that regard that we love you. We love the passion that you have. It is contagious, the caring that you have for each and every one of these programs. And that was one of my first impressions of you is, the way you kind of redirect, like, hey, think of it this way, that social work lens, that people lens, the caring and the impact. And so I carry that. And that's one of my first memories after meeting you is taking that in. So thank you.
And I wish I could
gotta
say,
run. Take
I
care.
wish I could say it was
Everybody
over for
take
me.
care.
I
Huh?
wish I could say it was over for me, but we have our budget deliberating our team meeting next week. So you all see the deal.
Okay. Guys, take care.